It's not an easy decision, trust me, with that success. But what is success? Is success being in the playoffs 7 years in a row with no Super Bowl appearance?
The Bills front office addressed the media yesterday following head coach Sean McDermott's firing earlier this week. In case you missed it, you'll be able to find it on demand in its entirety on WGR550.com. The coaching search is underway, and so are the interviews at One Bills Drive. Joe Brady has completed an interview with the Bills. Today, the Bills will host Lou Anarumo and Brian Dable for their respective interviews, and some other names being reported: Anthony Lynn, Grant Ubinski, Anthony Weaver. We'll keep you posted as more of those names get reported as well. The Sabres and Josh Doan agreed to a 7-year, $6.95 million deal per year, that is. And they're back in action tonight against Montreal on the road. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Vikings signed defensive coordinator Brian Flores to a contract extension unless he gets a head coaching job. The Steelers completed an interview with former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching vacancy. NFL insider Josina Anderson reports the Ravens completed a second interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter. And Broncos head coach Sean Payton he gave an update on Bo Mix. He says his ankle surgery went well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Radio 550.
Well, happy Thursday morning. We had thunder snow last night.
We did.
Did you see it?
I did. I heard it.
I saw a flash, and I was not expecting thunder snow. I'm just kind of hanging out at home. See a flash. Like, I wonder if a car turned and a headlight caught a window and just like, oh, that's weird.
No.
And then,
Yep. Thunder.
it's always cool, right? Thunder snow. It's kind of cool.
Yes.
I feel like
Because it's so rare, I think.
Yeah.
You don't see it often. You haven't seen thunder and lightning really for a long time, generally.
I feel like growing up, did I know
Months.
that it existed? Did it exist 30 years ago? Ooh. You remember it as a kid? I feel like it's since the October storm is when I learned of the existence of thunder snow.
Did we have it during the October storm?
I don't know. The October storm, of course, the sound was of like tree branches
falling,
breaking in real time. I remember that. And the bright flashes were transformers blowing. So maybe there weren't any in the October storm. But I feel like I only have known of the existence of thunder snow for 10 years, 15 years. I'm sure it probably existed.
I would agree with that. I don't remember any experience as a kid where there was thunder.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it happened, but why is it so rare? It's just because it's cold and does it take? I don't know. You get Pat Hammer on the line. Yesterday I was trying to figure out how exploding trees happen, which I saw pictures from.
Did we ever get to that on the air? I don't think.
Okay, we didn't.
Okay, there's a forecast.
There were other things that did happen yesterday.
That's right. There was a forecast of exploding trees.
Yeah, in Minnesota, at least.
Obviously, that's where
Yeah.
Now
rapid. If it gets cold, like really rapidly, like into the negatives, I guess that like the sap freezes and the gases release, and you can have like the middle of trees just explode, go boom.
This of course means there was a missed opportunity. Remember when John Oliver rebranded a team for minor league baseball?
Yes.
They absolutely should have done the Cedar Rapids Exploding Trees.
Yeah.
I mean, the Exploding Trees is a great minor league name.
Yeah.
Because it happens here. All right. Anyway,
Is Thunder Snow a good team name? You couldn't say Thunder Snows though, right?
No, but you know what would be
Buffalo
good?
Thunder Snow.
How about someone locally, some rock band gets the rights to cover Thunderstruck and redoes it as Thunder Snow, and then we play that at Bills games.
All right.
Or
I'm into that.
Shouldn't we just call the Thunderstruck drinking game at Bills games, call it Thunder Snow?
Yes. Yeah, that'd be easy.
We should call it that.
That would be easy.
All right. 803-0550. A couple people already ready to call in before we're saying anything. That usually means something big happened.
Yeah.
Question for
that
you.
That actually did happen yesterday.
Yeah.
I wasn't waking up.
Yeah. I'm putting up a Twitter poll, and we'll probably have this conversation for a while. It's the turning the page conversation. I'm sure we will, of course, talk about the events of yesterday as well. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase. The Twitter poll I'm starting to put up. I started to, and then I'm like, I'll just wait till I get to work. Which trait are you most seeking in the next Bills coach? Offensive mind, winning resume, leader of men. Is the fourth one relationship with Josh? Is there an obvious one that I'm missing? Offensive mind, winning. I don't want to put offense and defense in the same poll.
Right, yeah.
I could say like offensive / defensive tilt.
Relationship with Josh, I would imagine, is going to be assumed with any person that comes in.
I mean,
shouldn't it be?
I don't know. A lot of people I talk to want Clint Kubiak, and I don't know that there's much of a relationship there.
Oh, I see. A previous relationship with Josh.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay, yeah. You're not saying like an ability to have one with him after he would be the head coach. Before, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
Are those the four
there.
things?
Yeah. Trying to think of what else you could pick.
Prior relationship with Josh. That leaves you Davis Webb, who also is offensive mind. That is Brian Dable, who is also offensive mind, and that gives you Joe Brady. So like, some of the candidates will check two of these boxes or one of these boxes or three.
Yeah, right.
Like the leader of men. I don't know exactly who that is. That's if I want Belichick. I don't know if that's the right guy.
That's what I was going to say. Like maybe your fourth could be just experience, but that kind of is an overlap, I feel like, with leader of men.
Right, experience, I go winning resume.
Yeah, right. Okay,
right.
Right,
like
right.
Somebody that's done it before. I want Gruden. I heard multiple calls for John Gruden yesterday. I don't think that's going to happen. All right, I'm posting it.
All right.
Which trade are you next seeking the most in the next Bills coach? So if anybody wants to give us a thought on that, you can. And, whatever else. What's the headline from yesterday? There are multiple headlines from yesterday. It is primarily that, well, I shouldn't say primarily. Everyone's getting their own takeaway. The Bills fired, Terry Pagula fired Sean McDermott because they hit the playoff wall, the proverbial playoff wall.
Yep.
It took me until Thursday of this event happening to realize there's a whole nother conversation about it that I want to have, which is I never thought this was possible. I didn't think it would, and I mean ever, happen. I might have got on the radio in Jacksonville or Pittsburgh or wherever. Anywhere I went on for a preview, Carrington Harrison in Kansas City, he had me on before the Denver game maybe. And, hey, is McDermott's job on the line? And this is just a miss by me because I said 1,000 times it's not under consideration. Terry Pagula will never fire McDermott. I think in some station nationally, wherever, I refer to it as a Tomlin situation. Like he's going to be here as long as he wants. And they keep having good seasons. So I never, ever, ever entertained it. And because I never entertained it, I never pushed for it. And I don't mean that to say I would have been pushing hard, but if I thought it was possible, then last year I probably would have been saying, hey, Ben Johnson is a good idea right now. You know?
Right.
Liam Cohen is a good idea right now. And I'm not sitting here to say like the Bills can't find a good candidate right now, but these other candidates would hit the market. Sean Payton. I used to think it was like a Sean Payton would be the only caliber of coach you would actually do it for. That they wouldn't ever do it until there was someone that was willing to take the job and like, all right, we got to move. This guy's won a Super Bowl. Like,
isn't that why we broached it like for a minute when Jim Harbaugh was looking to get back into the NFL?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Someone that actually has so much success. I remember you and I talking about it, and me saying, like, Harbaugh wins everywhere he goes.
Right.
But I don't know if the Pegulas would want to do that. So I almost kind of left the show myself open to dismissing so many ideas because I didn't think it was possible. Turns out it is possible. And now I'm thinking, like, oh, yeah, I mean, I would have had a lot of conversations about a lot of people along the way. So
right.
I don't know what that does for us now, but
the only thing it does is it would almost be like, okay, you picked. It's like, who could you have picked instead of Keon Coleman type of conversation, right? Like, right. Oh, I could have had Ladd McConkey. I could have had this guy. I could have had DK Metcalf a few years before that instead of whoever, right? Like, you could do that, and that would get, I think, very quickly to Ben Johnson, right, from a year before. And like, well, what if I had done this in a different year? What if Pegula had walked around the locker room, and if you believe that this is the sole reason why they did it, he said it yesterday, that he walked around a locker room that was devastated after one of the Kansas City losses and said, okay, I think I need to do this. And then they did it, and, Ben Johnson was available. Or maybe it was the year that Harbaugh was available. Like, how many of the coaches that have been hired in the last 2 or 3 years would people feel regret that they didn't have a chance to get?
Yeah.
If this was coming anyway eventually. If it was always on their radar to some degree.
How about if they lose to Baltimore last year? Right?
Okay,
if
right.
Mark Andrews catches the 2-point conversion and they go to overtime.
And lose
in overtime, which, by the way, is not even crazy to think.
Well, they're 0-7.
How are the Bills in the final drive to try and win a game? Not that good.
Right.
And how are they in overtime? Not that good.
Right.
If they lost to Baltimore as he fired last year, I think that's a reasonable thing to ask. And when the questions are asked to Pegula, well, if you had won and beaten Denver and then lost this week, what would you do? He's like, I don't want to speculate. And I actually think that it's fine. It makes sense. He had a flash in the moment decision, which I don't know if any of you have had moments, big decisions in your life like this where you're like, screw it, I'm moving to Michigan. Like, you just might have a moment like that. Or I'm going to ask her to marry me. You might think about it for a while. You can have a snap decision and you don't think about it for a long time. I don't think that there's anything actually wrong with that. I don't think you need an extensive process as an owner to fire a coach. Emotion can spur action. And, here we are in the coach search, and we'll see where it leads. So,
yeah.
803-0550. Right now, the early lead on the poll is offensive mind. 72% is the most important thing, offensive mind. So,
I think that's probably where I would end up, too. I don't know how long it'll take me to go from, like, all the fallout from McDermott and the clown show that yesterday seemed to become at the press conference. But like, I will be very excited, and I am already getting there, like, with the names that are popping up. Some of them, right? Like,
yep.
We don't have some of the guys that would be coaching currently still. I guess there aren't a ton of names that I'm, like, really, really, really juiced about. Like, that doesn't mean that, like, if Dable became the head coach, I wouldn't be into it. Or if Clint Kubiak became the coach, I wouldn't be into it. But, right, like, I guess the Ben Johnson thing is in my head right now. Like, that guy doesn't exist, and it kind of drives me nuts that guy isn't available right now. Like, a candidate of that magnitude.
Just because he had multiple years of play calling.
Yes.
A great offense with a quarterback that people think is limited.
Yeah, and even, like, for him,
turned around a franchise and culture along with Dan Campbell.
Yeah, and for him, even the specific story with him about how he was in a position where he was going to take whatever job he wanted because he had been passing on jobs before that.
Right.
Like, a candidate of that magnitude. Like, he's been passing on jobs because that's how good of a candidate he is. And that guy isn't available right now. There's not a guy that you would say, I think this is probably true, that would say no to a certain job in the league because, no, I'm waiting for the good one. Like, I don't think Kubiak rates on that level. I don't think any of the guys with Bills connections rates on that level. I don't think Davis Webb rates on that level.
Yep.
Like, I just don't think that guy exists. It doesn't mean they can't land on a good coach and a guy that I'll be excited about, but it's just not.
Well, part of that is
that super candidate doesn't exist.
If I think of the guys that I think are the two best coaches in football, I mean, Kyle Shanahan had called plays, and he might have been a little more this hot candidate. He's in the Super Bowl with the Falcons in one of the best offenses ever, and gets a job. McVay was not the hot candidate. McVay, listen, everybody's trying to find that McVay, right? Who's the next super genius kid? And I've often wondered if the Bills would even be a franchise that would consider anything like that. They're not going to hire this guy or this guy. What's important to them? What's important to Terry Pegula? What's important to Brandon Beane? And what's important to these two might be different, right? When Terry Pegula introduced Sean McDermott, he talked to him about him. He used the term faith-based coach. That was important to him. Right. That was in the introductory presser. Does that still matter to him? Because that could still matter. Mm-hmm. Does Brandon Beane say, listen, the way we've seen the league and how through the 9 years, if I'm talking to Terry, what am I saying? Listen, we had an amazing team, and we have twice, and we're about to maybe the third time change our offense because our offense is so good. We had it with Brian Daboll. We had to change to Ken Dorsey because Daboll left. That didn't work. We had to fire Dorsey for Joe Brady. Joe Brady's in Baltimore today for a job interview. Another one. Mm-hmm. So Josh is about to be on his fourth offensive coordinator, which is the kind of thing you say about bad quarterbacks because they don't do well. And in our case, it's because we have a good one. So what I'd like to do is hire an offensive play caller. That should be Terry at the top of our list. That's what I'd be saying. Yeah, let's have true continuity as a way to support our best player. And if we think we can get by with, XYZ at these other positions that we don't really invest in, one of the ways to do that is to get an excellent play caller that will always be getting the most out of what we have. So, to me, that's an easy sell, and that's where I would land as well.
And then, if you're searching for the genius offensive guy, I want to learn more about guys like Grant Udinsky.
Absolutely.
Right? And, what's his background? McVay.
I love that he's on their list. He's 30.
Right.
30 and thought to be, the next level or whatever, the next guy like a McVay.
Yeah, the number of guys on their list. Let's say they end up interviewing, Webb and Kubiak, like most people expect. How many of their candidates are going to be under the age of 40? A good amount of them, right? Brady's under 40, Udinsky's under 40, Webb and Kubiak, I think, would both be under 40. McVay, by the way, did have 3 years of play calling experience in Washington. I didn't realize that yesterday when we talked about it because Shanahan had left, and then he took over for Shanahan in Washington. I don't know if that went well for him there. Cousins was the quarterback, but whatever. He had done it for a few years. So that is still a thing that is a little worrisome to me, but with any of those guys, that is the thing on that poll that I would be searching for. Can I find the next Shanahan or McVay or even those two are the top of the mountain.
LaFleur.
Right? LaFleur or O'Connell or somebody that has been on that tree and is a good offensive mind in the league. I mean, maybe you want to qualify Stefanski as that.
Sure.
Or Steichen. Maybe I want a little better than that, but I want a guy on that tree just it's probably unreasonable to expect that whoever you hire is going to be standing at the top next to Shanahan and McVay.
Sure. When we watch the league, what do we do? I think a lot of Bills fans might do this. You look at a candidate that's worked with a great quarterback only. This is Ken Dorsey.
Right.
And you think, I don't know how good you are. Let's see you do it with, pick a name here. Let's see you do it with
Bo Nix.
Sure, Bo Nix. Let's see you do it with Cam Ward.
Right, Cam Ward.
Somebody like that. As opposed to a guy like Mike McDaniel or even Steichen. What Shane Steichen got out of Daniel Jones this year immediately puts up antenna for me, and I'm not sure if GMs operate this way as well or other coaches, but all right, he got Shane Steichen and he was good to go. Or Daniel Jones got Shane Steichen and looked the best he'd ever looked. And Brian Daboll got that out of Daniel Jones for a hot minute, and then things kind of fizzled. So if I see a coordinator that it's almost like the backwards version of it. Usually you have Cam Ward, and you'll say, well, look what he did with Josh Allen. Can he do that here? Mm-hmm. And instead what I now want is, this guy succeeds with middle-of-the-road quarterbacks.
Yep.
Imagine if he got a great one. And you can actually even say that maybe about Shanahan, depending on how you feel about Brock Purdy.
How about the two guys that came from Tampa in the last 2 years?
Liam Cohen,
and even Canales, I feel like did Bryce Young look way better this year? He wasn't amazing. Wasn't he better, though, than anybody probably would have expected him to look?
He's been getting better, yeah.
Yeah, he looks like a real quarterback in the league now, and that was over when he got there.
And there's obviously limitations there on some of the things he can do.
And they made the playoffs, and they were competitive against the Rams. For them, that's a success, and he's probably a good name for this. And Cohen is probably a good name for this, right? And those guys didn't win playoff games, but Right, that's why McDaniel was intriguing to me. It's why a lot of those names would be intriguing to me. I mean, the McVay comparison, he wasn't putting together the number one offense in football with Kirk Cousins as his quarterback, but can you pick out a guy that is getting a lot out of a quarterback that has limitations and you feel like has a really good scheme and a really good play calling acumen, and then you bring him in and now you have a quarterback with no limitations.
Yeah.
Does it all. Unleash, do whatever you want. Blank check as a play caller.
Right.
You can do anything you want.
He can put the ball wherever you want him to put it.
Right.
It's your job. Get a couple dudes out there and create those open windows and those easy looks.
Right. And now what does it look like?
Do what Cohen just did for Trevor Lawrence. All of a sudden, Trevor Lawrence is just way better than he'd ever been.
Right.
Another receiver added, a new offensive mind. He's good to go. And that's, of course, Grant Udinsky, who is there in Jacksonville, too. So they're talking to him. We'll get your calls in. If you're on the YouTube chat, you can vote. Owen's put the poll up in the YouTube chat. How about that? When you're listening, you can be watching. You can be voting in polls on the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
And give us a call, 803-0550. We'll check in with Sal at 7:30. We're going to call Paul in the 8 o'clock hour. The Sabres lock up Josh Doan to a 7-year contract, which is great news. He looks like a great young player. And they trade for him from Utah and just sign him. And he's locked into the core, which is great. He looks like... I want to say he looks like not only a great core player, but a core player that isn't like a mirage. This isn't some sample size of shooting. He just the type of player he is. Sabres fans have already fallen in love.
Shooting percentage actually isn't even that high. Good. It's 13%. It's totally sustainable.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get some phone calls in on the press conference yesterday, the path forward. It's all inbound, so give us a ring. Ben in Amherst is going to start us off. Ben, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Joe. Appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to lead it off. Just a couple of things. I wanted to just address the press conference yesterday, and then just had a quick little game I wanted to play with you, if you'll allow me.
We love games.
Regarding Dean's draft and status and how bad it is compared to another organization that's pretty pathetic. So, real quick on the debacle that was yesterday that I think everyone, both here locally and nationally, would attest to. Just a couple of points. The whole thing yesterday with Pagula saying, "Oh well, we were disappointed, and I saw the locker room, and everyone was down," and it's like, dude, if they weren't down, you'd have a much bigger problem. That means your team's apathetic, and doesn't care.
Yeah.
So that doesn't make any sense. The next point I want to make on this is that, we fired McDermott because we lost the game. And then you come in and you say, and you interrupt Dean's answer. Oh, we didn't lose the game. It was a bad call. So, again, another inconsistency. I don't know if he's delusional or he's having an issue that, not to get political, that one of our recent former presidents has had. But it's just very strange. And, I get and I appreciate the fact that he wanted to come yesterday, but clearly he should stay away because he just made it worse. And he made Bean look worse. The Keon Coleman thing, the guy's still on the team. It's bad enough to do that to somebody who's not on the team, but to just submarine the guy, say what you want about him. He's been a massive disappointment. The fact that the guy can't show up to meetings on time is a joke. Most people, if they showed up as much late to meetings or their work as he has, they would no longer be employed.
And I'm betting there'll be more about Coleman coming out. I don't mean on what he's done wrong, but this story doesn't end here, whether his agent or something, or they decide to float a trade idea, but that story's not over.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's just like I said, I think I said on Tuesday when I spoke to you guys, it's jet level embarrassment. I actually think he makes Woody Johnson and Jerry Jones look like the Rooneys. He just makes them look unbelievably good.
That might be. I might be careful about that because what I saw yesterday. Yeah, sure, people are dunking on the owner. How many owners speak regularly? The answer is not many anyway.
Right.
And I think that you might find that if they did more often, like Jim Irsay said a lot of crazy stuff over the years. Mm-hmm. And
Correct.
and Jerry Jones, it might be the kind of thing where your own. Here's what I'll say. When I'm out and my own children are acting crazy, I'm like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. But other parents actually don't care about my kids. They only care about, it's normal. Yeah. So your owner kind of going off and off the cuff, that might be very normal for everybody out there, and you feel weirdest about your own. Like Cowboys fans, when Jerry Jones does that, might be like, "Oh God, he's doing it again."
That,
And we're over
like
here.
Bengals fans, whenever their owner opens his mouth, that's definitely the case.
Right.
Yeah, for sure, and I appreciate that. Now, I just want to get to this game real quick. I know Pagula liked to play the game yesterday with the numbers, so I'm going to give you a few numbers. The first numbers I'm going to give you is 71 and 28. You guys know what that means?
No. Sean McDermott's regular season record.
Close. That's the record of the Bills from 2019 to 2024. That covers
the Josh Allen era?
Josh Allen draft up until 24, because I can't include 25 because everybody from 25 is going to be on the team.
Right.
Now, 15, does that have a meaning to you?
It's the number that Jack Eichel wore.
Well, that's two. That's a good one. I like that. 15 is the amount of draft picks that rounds 1 through 4 the Bills still have on the active roster from 2019 to 2024. Next numbers, 40, 59, and 1.
I don't know.
Arizona Cardinals record, 2019 through 2024, and 17, other than Josh Allen's number.
Yep, okay.
Arizona Cardinals that are currently on the active roster, 2019 through 2024, first 4 rounds. All I got to say on this is the prosecution for Brandon Beane rests, and no further questions, Your Honor. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Ben, for the exercise. One thing that I'll get to throughout the day and leading into the draft, the problem with all of that is anybody trying to treat draft picks on the roster like it is any sort of currency for success or failure is missing the larger point. It doesn't matter if your team is built of all draft picks or all free agents. It only matters if you're good. It does not matter if the Rams didn't have a first-round pick for 7 years and they were good through the whole time. It doesn't matter. And you go ahead and I remember this being the case during the drought. The Bills might have had the fewest draft picks on their roster. And that looks bad. But is that because you signed someone in free agency that is so good that your 5th-round pick, your 3rd-round pick can't beat them out? Like this was this is not like an effort to defend Beane. It's just I think there are so many flaws in the evaluation of a good draft. Is a good draft just signing and retaining the pick? Like number of picks that got a second contract. Well, okay. Which contract? Like, is it because the pick in the first round was so amazing that he went and got top dollar on the market, while the second round pick is just a replacement level guy and you just brought him back? Like, that is not a good measure for, was this a good pick? So I appreciate the exercise. The Coleman reveal from Pagula and whether or not that's good or bad for Beane is a further thing to me that reveals the absurdity of the draft itself. Because what some Bills fans are doing there is saying, like, oh, Beane didn't want Coleman. He must have wanted, and then insert good player here. Did he want Jalen Polk? How'd Jalen Polk do? Does Terry Pagula have any idea what Jalen Polk has done since being drafted? Did he want a defensive lineman? He very well could have wanted a defensive lineman, but maybe the team, the offensive coaching staff said, get us a receiver. So you never know about the draft. And even finding out that Coleman wasn't top of their board, guess who else wasn't top of their board? Probably 80% of their picks.
Yeah.
They get to a spot, they look at the board, they talk about it, they pick one of the guys in a swath of 10 players. That's probably every pick.
I mean, the point there really, though, is to lead you to where are all the great players. Wait, yesterday it was said, great roster, good coaching.
It's not a great roster.
So where are all the great players? And you can just pick on the draft if you want for that, but you don't have to limit it to that. You can go to free agency.
Yeah.
You can go to all their free agent decisions and trade decisions. And I think the point remains the same. Where are all the great players for this quote-unquote great roster?
Yeah, Mike Shope asked the question about that great roster yesterday. He said, who's their 4th best player?
Because you go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins?
I guess you might go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins. You might
your top 3, and your 4th is what? I mean, right now it's probably Cole Bishop.
Okay. Maybe Benford?
Right, maybe. But these are guys that make half of what the top players of their position in the league make. Benford makes $17 million a year, and the guys like Pat Surtain make $30.
Right. And
actually more than that. I think it's above $30.
The Super Bowl champions of last year have like 7 guys on that list. And the Chiefs, who had a dynasty, they've fallen off in part because one of their all-time great players has drifted off in Travis Kelce and Chris Jones, for that matter, too.
Right, and even like that example, like if there's a perception like, oh, I need this all-star team around Josh Allen. You don't need to know. Give me one guy.
You need like
one guy who is definitively as the best player at what he does in the National Football League.
Yeah.
Like, and I know James Cook led the league in rushing, but like even that, like he's better than Bijan Robinson.
No.
Like he's great, and he might be top 5 at his position in the league.
He's great to have.
But where's my Surtain? Where's my Bijan? I don't want to make it about running back. Where's my Jefferson? Where's my Chase? Where's my, where's my Myles Garrett? Right? Where's a guy on the team other than Allen that is the best player in the league? And they are tough to get, but when you have like 7 years to find one of them, and you should be able to land, you should be able to luck into one guy like that.
And that's where yesterday I saw we clipped me getting after being a little bit for saying when you have a quarterback like Josh, you're paying Josh, you have to make sacrifices. And that bothers me so much that he says that because it makes people think it's Josh's fault. In reality, it's the fault of all the guys in the middle you're signing instead. Like, Josh is not preventing you from having Micah Parsons. They have Jordan Love and Micah Parsons. Why couldn't you trade for Micah Parsons? Because you have too many contracts in the middle. Because you have too many guys you're like, he's good enough. He can stay here for a while. He can make $14 million as a tight end that we don't throw to. Yep. There have been a lot of decisions along the way to fill the roster with middle stuff, and that's what's actually stopped you from having high-priced players. All right, a lot to get to, of course. 803-0550. I wonder what these coaches are going to ask the Bills in these interviews. The national media got after the Bills yesterday for what they did, and I thought it was earned. They deserved it. How much does it have to matter? I'm not so sure about that. We'll see. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Your phone calls, what you want to see in the next coach, the latest on the search, and everything from yesterday's on the table. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I didn't think it would, and I mean ever, happen. I might have got on the radio in Jacksonville or Pittsburgh or wherever. Mm-hmm. Anywhere I went on for a preview. Carrington Harrison in Kansas City. He had me on before the Denver game maybe. And, hey, is McDermott's job on the line? And this is just a miss by me because I said 1,000 times it's not under consideration. Terry Pagula will never fire McDermott. I think in some station nationally, wherever, I refer to it as a Tomlin situation. Like, he's going to be here as long as he wants. Mm-hmm. And they keep having good seasons. So I never, ever, ever entertained it. And because I never entertained it, I never pushed for it. And I don't mean that to say I would have been pushing hard, but if I thought it was possible, then last year I probably would have been saying, hey, Ben Johnson is a good idea right now. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Liam Cohen is a good idea right now. And I'm not sitting here to say like the Bills can't find a good candidate right now, but these other candidates would hit the market. Sean Payton. I used to think it was like a Sean Payton would be the only caliber of coach you would actually do it for. That they wouldn't ever do it until there was someone that was willing to take the job and like, all right, we got to move. This guy's won a Super Bowl. Like,
isn't that why we broached it like for a minute when Jim Harbaugh was looking to get back into the NFL?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Someone that actually has so much success. I remember you and I talking about it, me saying like Harbaugh wins everywhere he goes.
Right.
But I don't know if the Pagulas would want to do that. So I almost kind of left the show myself open to dismissing so many ideas because I didn't think it was possible. Turns out it is possible, and now I'm thinking like, oh yeah, I mean, I would have had a lot of conversations about a lot of people along the way. So,
right,
I don't know what that does for us now, but
the only thing it does is it would almost be like, okay, you picked. It's like, who could you have picked instead of Keon Coleman type of conversation?
Right.
Like, oh, I could have had Ladd McConkey. I could have had this guy. I could have had DK Metcalf a few years before that instead of whoever, right? Like, you could do that, and that would get, I think, very quickly to Ben Johnson, right, from a year before. And like, well, what if I had done this in a different year? What if Pegula had walked around the locker room, and if you believe that this is the sole reason why they did it, he said it yesterday, that he walked around a locker room that was devastated after one of the Kansas City losses and said, okay, I think I need to do this. And then they did it, and, Ben Johnson was available. Or maybe it was the year that Harbaugh was available. Like, how many of the coaches that have been hired in the last 2 or 3 years would people feel regret that they didn't have a chance to get?
Yeah.
If this was coming anyway eventually.
Trust me, with that success. But what is success? Is success being in the playoffs 7 years in a row with no Super Bowl appearance?
The Bills front office addressed the media yesterday following head coach Sean McDermott's firing earlier this week. In case you missed it, you can find it on demand in its entirety on WGR550.com. The coaching search is underway, and so are the interviews at One Bills Drive. Joe Brady completed an interview with the Bills yesterday. He'll be interviewing for the second time with the Baltimore Ravens later today, per Adam Schefter. And today, the Bills will host Lou Anarumo and Brian Dable for their respective interviews, and some other names being reported: Anthony Lind, Grant Ubinski, Anthony Weaver. We'll keep you up to date as more names get reported as well. The Sabres and Josh Doan agreed to a 7-year, $6.95 million per year deal. Josh Doan's contract includes $3.5 million in signing bonus next year. That makes him the only Sabres player on a standard level deal that has a signing bonus. They're back in action tonight against Montreal on the road. Pretty big game here with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Vikings signed defensive coordinator Brian Flores to a contract extension unless he gets a head coaching job. Steelers, they've completed an interview with former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching vacancy. NFL insider Jacina Anderson reports the Ravens completed a second interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter, and the Broncos head coach Sean Payton said that quarterback Bo Nix's ankle injury, he had surgery on it. He said it went well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
We are focused on bringing a Super Bowl to Buffalo. We have an MVP quarterback in Josh Allen. I'm looking forward to having a successful coaching search. I know this is a desirable job. Our phones are ringing, and we're going to begin that process.
Bills and Sabres owner Terry Pegula left there, got a phone call. Hey, $49 million for Josh Doan. Was it 49? What was the number? 7 years, 6.97. Yeah, all right. Neighborhood.
They couldn't just round it up to 7?
Good question.
Wouldn't someone have been like,
maybe
6.9? Let's make it easy. It's $50K. $50K a year.
Hold on.
Let's throw it up to 7.
Maybe they rounded it up to that? I'm immediately looking to see
6.95?
Yeah, maybe it was 6.90, and they rounded it up to 6.95. Like when Sidney Crosby gets $8.7 million per year, do they come down to 8.7 or do they go up to 8.7 because he wants the 87?
Right, he did that because of his number.
I'm saying, is that moving up to that? He always got a pretty reasonable cap hit. 8030550. Quick comment in the chat. I want to just bring something to light here. So I say a lot. I wish they would stop saying that Allen's contract means they have to make sacrifices. And I suppose I'll explain that a little bit more because I don't fully understand the salary cap the way that I'm sure Brandon Beane does, right? Like I wouldn't suggest that I do. But let's talk cap hit this year. Cap hits this year. Josh Allen's cap hit this year was $36 million. Mm-hmm. Matthew Stafford's is $47. Mm-hmm. The Rams are significantly under the cap going forward. $75 million under next year. The Bills are $3 million over. Mm-hmm. Stop saying Josh Allen is why you have to make sacrifices. You don't. You have to make sacrifices because of most of your other contracts. Matthew Stafford's cap hit is 47. Lamar's is 43. Geno Smith's is 40 this season. Allen's contract being big, but also Allen being amazing and able to stretch it out over another decade means you have more flexibility. Justin Herbert's cap hit this year is 37. Josh Allen's is 36. Like, it's just not a thing. If you're out there thinking, well, we can't have good players because we have Josh, that's not real. That's not correct. Allen's cap hit next year is 56. Will they restructure?
Yes, definitely.
Sure, maybe. Tua's is 56. Mm-hmm. Dak's is 74. Mahomes is 78, by the way. Mm-hmm. But they'll restructure it and get more money, and he'll come in under 14 different guys.
Because those other teams are going to do the same thing with their guys, and they're at a higher starting point.
But the major difference is, and this is like in the weeds of the cap, they can continue to restructure because they know he's amazing.
Right.
And he'll keep playing for them, and they actually won't have to pay a dead cap until he retires. As opposed to Tua, whose cap hit this year is 56, and they want to cut him.
Yeah, you're not going to restructure that.
No. You want to decide, are we taking Deshaun Watson's cap hit next season?
Oh, what is it at?
80.
Yeah, wow.
And again,
I think they're just on the hook for that.
It's just Allen is an endless advantage, and that's on the cap too, even though you pay him big money. So that's it. Don't buy. You have to make sacrifices for him. You're making sacrifices because you've paid big money to guys that don't contribute as much.
Right. That's the whole thing that's crazy is there's the excuse making of why the roster isn't better paired with, well, the roster being so great is why the GM is still here and the coach is not. Like, that was the thing that was most frustrating to me about yesterday was we never got any sort of reasonable answer, and that might be because one does not exist, as to why the roster builder is still here and the coach isn't, when I think the closest to an explanation we got as to why that is believed is that people around the NFL tell Terry Pegula they have a great roster.
It's that, or they make the playoffs every year, and you don't do that unless you have a great roster.
But again, like when they were trying to splice that, like, okay, why is that different then? Why is the roster get the credit for that and not the coaching? And there never was really a reason given for why that would be the case.
He said, great roster, good coaching.
Right. As if it's impossible for an under par roster to make the postseason with good coaching and Josh Allen as your quarterback.
Yeah, maybe most Bills fans think it's good roster, good coaching.
Yeah, like, I don't think the roster is the worst in the league.
No, it's a good roster.
But, man, like, to give the roster the credit for all of the seeds they've had, and again, like, there was really no mention of players that would really explain, like, why you thought that. And again, like, all of that was on top of, well, remember, but the bad picks, like Keon, no, that wasn't, that's collaboration, right?
Right.
Everything is collaboration with McDermott and the coaching staff until you get down to, well, the reason he's not here is the roster. And who builds the roster? This guy next to me. Well, now it's not collaboration.
Right. And also,
because he's the one here and the other guy isn't.
And when talking about Josh Allen, it was only this guy. This guy did it.
It's just, and again, I don't think there is a good defense for explaining that the roster is great. I don't think it exists because I don't think the roster is great. I think it's fine, middle of the road average.
I will say this: it could be great by next year with a good offseason.
Yeah, it could.
But you're going to have to do that without a lot of cap space. So nail the draft picks, trade up,
and probably like the last rookie class. Like, what is Hairston reach another level? Does Deion Walker reach another level? I don't know if I want to go further than those two, like for big expectations.
Just to this point, like whenever we would hear the narrative, if not now, when for Josh Allen, I would say like next year. I think they'll be a better team next year.
I do too.
Now I hope the coaching is as good or better. If they have a drop off in caliber of coach, then it might not be as good. But I mean, I went into the playoffs thinking they'll be better next year. They're not losing too many pieces of significance, in my opinion.
That's like two linemen.
Brian and Arcade. Hey, Brian. Good morning.
Hey, guys. So something I liked about the press conference yesterday is Terry. We know his acumen in front of a mic is not great, but at least he understood. He had to make that airtight, that he made the decision. This wasn't some collaborative decision. I think it was good that he said, nope, I didn't input Josh on this. He made that airtight, and he took it. And that made sense to me because you see the locker room like that, the 7 years. It makes sense to me that like 4 days later, you're not going to have an end-of-the-year press conference with Sean up there. Hey, another gut-wrenching loss, but we'll just have an end of the year and keep doing what we've been doing. Because I called in April after the draft, and after we had assembled another poo-poo platter at wide receiver, we waited to the 7th round to take Caden Prather again, and I just said, like, this is the last year of Bean and McDermott together, of course, and Bean is the key phrase there. And so then Joe, you had said, like, what disappointed you about yesterday? What I was listening for was the understanding that you have Josh Allen at 30 years old now. You have now wasted all of his 20s. 30 years old, I want to hear how everything has to be about maximizing him going forward. Do you get any hint that anything's going to be different at wide receiver? And there was a sentence in there where Brandon Beane starts talking, and he referenced the cap, like you said, Jeremy. He starts talking. He trailed off in the middle of it, but he's like, well, you go look down the list of what free agent wide receiver and cap, and you tell me, and then he kind of trailed off. And what I got the sense of is it feels like I heard the word tweak the roster. Of course, they are pumped up about how great this roster is. And so what I'm getting the feeling is we're not going to change the course. It's just going to be nickel and dime adding receivers here. And when you look at Bean's draft record, Keon Coleman is becoming the symbol of all your wide receiver failures. That's all. That's the only reason why he became a talking point yesterday. When you don't take a receiver higher than the 4th round, only but once in 8 years, you've taken 9 receivers. The average round is 5.3.
Yep.
And you've taken Coleman. Coleman is number 2. The next one is Gabe Davis at the 4th round. That's it. And then the rest of it is Marcus Stevenson, and we can go down the list. Shorter. All these guys are 5th, 6th, Hodgson's,
Caden Prather.
To me, that's what I didn't hear. I did not hear the understanding that you have Allen. He's now 30. We have got to go all in to get him an offensive. We've got to review the way we build an offense, and it feels to me like with Bean not completing, not flushing both of them. We're going to tweak this roster again, and I just feel like we're going to be right back in the same position.
Well, we'll see. I mean, some tweaks can be bigger than others. I mean, it is funny. Like wide receivers, of course, become such a glaring issue, and we know it. And Bean was asked directly about his appearance here. Did he regret it? He said no. He's passionate, and And he said he's gone on with us since then, and that's right. And we'll have him on again, and happily. I did think it was kind of funny, like if you zoom out, what happened at the press conference? At one point, Brandon Beane was asked, did you give Josh Allen enough at wide receiver? And he didn't get to answer the question because Terry Pagula interrupted and said, actually, the guy that he drafted, he didn't even want.
All right. And
you're like,
all right.
Wait, so you not only don't have enough, you drafted one in the top 100, and you didn't even want him.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Right, who was the next guy on the board? Was it a defensive tackle?
Well, maybe if they end up following Bean's mind, they go for, Johnny Newton. He was taken soon after, and maybe they get a wide receiver later in the draft. Maybe they liked A.D. Mitchell.
But
like A.D. Mitchell went later in that round. Maybe there's another receiver that went in between them. Jalen Polk, right? I said him.
But the swings has always been the point, the amount of them, and it always will be the point. Like, sure, like when Bean yesterday is like, well, who really should I have gotten? Like, he let that out.
You should have taken 7 guys in the last 8 years.
Because, like, even, like, just last offseason, like, are there a million names you could get to that would have made a big difference? Like, no, but there are a few. Like, Devontae Adams signed with the Rams.
But
he was
not
a free
just
agent. And that's what I mean. Like, Pickens was traded. Luther Burden was drafted. But it's not even it's not even about them, though. It's about the fact that you have years and years and years of not picking one, and if you had drafted one or 4 between 2020 and 2024, you might have a guy in a rookie contract right now that isn't a rookie, that is in his 2nd year or 3rd year and has figured out the league a little bit better and is actually not putting everything in the Keon Coleman basket because he was the only one that was really in that situation.
And by doing so, you're saving $20 million by not paying Curtis Samuel, Josh Palmer, and make it $25 million. Elijah Moore. They guarantee Elijah Moore $2.5 to come to the team and then cut him in a half a season. Mm-hmm. Like, that's always been another part of this. As they say, and like this wide receiver conversation, it's not about fantasy football. It's always been about the cap. Hey, you're up against the cap. All right, what can we do to help ourselves? One of the answers is draft positions that are expensive. Defensive end, corner, tackle, receiver. You know what you don't draft? Running backs. And they drafted 1 million of them. Like 4 running backs in the first 4 rounds. That's a way to not help your cap. You don't save any money by doing that. Guards. Don't draft guards early if you want to save on your cap. Don't draft linebackers. Like, there are small things you can do to kind of accentuate savings. And number 1 is quarterback, and number 2 is often receiver. That's why Josh Palmer costs $11 million. Diami Brown went to Jacksonville for $10 million a year.
Didn't even play.
Right.
Tutu Atwell, I think, was $10 million a year, too.
Think of the level of pass rusher you get in Joey Bosa. A good pass rusher. He did not have a great season, but Bosa was $13 million. That's a Josh Palmer contract.
Mm-hmm.
Like a guy that's you just don't need that guy. So, anyway, 803-0550. What else is new? I can see the future. Brian. On February 27th, there will be a tweet that says, Jordan Tyson says he has met with the Bills. I looked up to see what day wide receivers meet with the media at the Combine. That's the day.
And we know that day?
Yeah, that's right. February 27th.
All right.
And I already know. In 3 months, I'll be looking at BuffaloRumblings.com when they track all the top 30 visits, and the Bills will have 7 receivers in again, because they always do. Because they're always looking for it, and they never pull the trigger. And, of course, this year I'm convinced they will. And I'm sure that'll go great for me. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
I mean, the point there really, though, is to lead you to where are all the great players. Yesterday it was said, great roster, good coaching.
It's not a great
So
roster.
where are all the great players? And you can just pick on the draft if you want for that, but you don't have to limit it to that. You can go to free agency.
Yeah.
You can go to all their free agent decisions and trade decisions. And I think the point remains the same. Where are all the great players for this quote-unquote great roster?
Yeah, Mike Shope asked the question about that great roster yesterday. He said, who's their 4th best player?
Because you go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins?
I guess you might go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins.
That's your top 3, and your 4th is what? I mean, right now it's probably Cole Bishop.
Okay. Maybe Benford?
Right, maybe. But these are guys that make half of what the top players of their position in the league make. Benford makes $17 million a year, and the guys like Pat Surtain make $30.
Right. And
actually more than that. I think it's above $30.
The Super Bowl champions of last year have like 7 guys on that list. And the Chiefs, who had a dynasty, they've fallen off in part because one of their all-time great players has drifted off in Travis Kelce and Chris Jones, for that matter, too.
Right, and even that example, if there's a perception I need this all-star team around Josh Allen. You don't need to know. Give me one guy.
You need like
one guy who is definitively as the best player at what he does in the National Football League.
Yeah.
And I know James Cook led the league in rushing, but even that, he's better than Bijan Robinson.
No.
He's great, and he might be top 5 at his position in the league.
He's great to have.
But where's my Surtain? Where's my Bijan? I don't want to make it about running back. Where's my Jefferson? Where's my Chase? Where's my, where's my Myles Garrett, right? Where's a guy
tough guys to
on
get.
the team
Tough guys
other
to
than
get.
Allen that is the best player in the league? And they are tough to get. But when you have like 7 years to find one of them,
And-
you should be able to land. You should be able to luck into one guy like that.
And that's where yesterday I saw we clipped me getting after being a little bit for saying when you have a quarterback like Josh, you're paying Josh, you have to make sacrifices. And that bothers me so much that he says that because it makes people think it's Josh's fault. In reality, it's the fault of all the guys in the middle you're signing instead. Like, Josh is not preventing you from having Micah Parsons. They have Jordan Love and Micah Parsons. Why couldn't you trade for Micah Parsons? Because you have too many contracts in the middle. Because you have too many guys you're like, he's good enough. He can stay here for a while. He can make $14 million as a tight end that we don't throw to. Yep. You know, like, there have been a lot of decisions along the way to fill the roster with middle stuff, and that's what's actually stopped you from having high-priced players. Quick comment in the chat. I want to just bring something to light here. So, I say a lot. I wish they would stop saying that Allen's contract means they have to make sacrifices. And I suppose I'll explain that a little bit more because I don't fully understand the salary cap the way that I'm sure Brandon Beane does. Right? Like I wouldn't suggest that I do. But let's talk cap hit this year. Cap hits this year. Josh Allen's cap hit this year was $36 million. Mm-hmm. Matthew Stafford's is $47. Mm-hmm. The Rams are significantly under the cap going forward. $75 million under next year. The Bills are $3 million over. Mm-hmm. Stop saying Josh Allen is why you have to make sacrifices. You don't. You have to make sacrifices because of most of your other contracts. Matthew Stafford's cap hit is $47. Lamar's is $43. Geno Smith's is $40 this season. Allen's contract being big, but also Allen being amazing and able to stretch it out over another decade means you have more flexibility. Justin Herbert's cap hit this year is $37. Josh Allen's is $36. Like, it's just not a thing. If you're out there thinking, well, we can't have good players because we have Josh, that's not real. That's not correct. Allen's cap hit next year is $56. Will they restructure?
Yes, definitely.
Sure, maybe. Tua's is $56. Dak's is $74. Mahomes is $78, by the way. But they'll restructure it and get more money, and he'll come in under 14 different guys.
Because those other teams are going to do the same thing with their guys, and they're at a higher starting point.
But the major difference is, and this is like in the weeds of the cap, they can continue to restructure because they know he's amazing.
Right.
And he'll keep playing for them, and they actually won't have to pay a dead cap until he retires. As opposed to Tua, whose cap hit this year is $56, and they want to cut him.
Yeah, you're not going to restructure that.
No. You want to decide, are we take it? Deshaun Watson's cap hit next season.
Oh, what is it at?
$80.
Yeah, wow.
And again,
I think they're just on the hook for that.
It's just Allen is an endless advantage, and that's on the cap too, even though you pay him big money. So that's it. Don't buy. You have to make sacrifices for him. You're making sacrifices because you've paid big money to guys that don't contribute as much.
Right.
Joe Brady interviewing in person in Baltimore today.
Second interview. Although Baltimore is doing second interviews with like everybody.
Okay. It is always possible when there's an interview with a candidate that we get one of the "they aren't letting him leave" tweets.
That's right.
And just decide he's their guy. So we'll see. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. A couple people dropped off. We got an open phone line for you. Open segment coming up. Sal joining us on the other side. We're talking about what you want from the next Bills head coach. We haven't done this in a while, the coaching search. And we certainly haven't done it. When's the last time we did this when the job was actually a good job?
Oh, man.
Whoa.
90s. The 90s.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. A desirable job that people would want. Top candidates coming here. We haven't had this opportunity to have this conversation, so we'll have it with you at 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I didn't think it would, and I mean ever, happen. I might have got on the radio in Jacksonville or Pittsburgh or wherever. Mm-hmm. Anywhere I went on for a preview, Carrington Harrison in Kansas City, he had me on before the Denver game maybe. And, hey, is McDermott's job on the line? And this is just a miss by me because I said 1,000 times it's not under consideration. Terry Pegula will never fire McDermott. I think in some station nationally, wherever, I refer to it as a Tomlin situation. Like, he's going to be here as long as he wants. Mm-hmm. And they keep having good seasons. So I never, ever, ever entertained it. And because I never entertained it, I never pushed for it. And I don't mean that to say I would have been pushing hard, but if I thought it was possible, then last year I probably would have been saying, hey, Ben Johnson is a good idea right now. Mm-hmm. You know?
Right.
Liam Cohen is a good idea right now. And I'm not sitting here to say like the Bills can't find a good candidate right now, but these other candidates would hit the market. Sean Payton. I used to think it was like a Sean Payton would be the only caliber of coach you would actually do it for. That they wouldn't ever do it until there was someone that was willing to take the job and like, all right, we got to move. This guy's won a Super Bowl. Like,
isn't that why we broached it like for a minute when Jim Harbaugh was looking to get back into the NFL?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Someone that actually has so much success. I remember you and I talking about it and me saying like Harbaugh wins everywhere he goes.
Right.
But I don't know if the Pegulas would want to do that. So I almost kind of left the show myself open to dismissing so many ideas because I didn't think it was possible. Turns out it is possible, and now I'm thinking like, oh yeah, I mean, I would have had a lot of conversations about a lot of people along the way. So,
right,
I don't know what that does for us now, but
the only thing it does is it would almost be like, you know, okay, you picked. It's like, who could you have picked instead of Keon Coleman type of conversation?
Right.
Like, oh, I could have had Ladd McConkey. I could have had this guy. I could have had DK Metcalf a few years before that instead of whoever, right? Like, you could do that, and that would get, I think, very quickly to Ben Johnson, right, from a year before. And like, well, what if I had done this in a different year? What if Pegula had walked around the locker room, and if you believe that this is the sole reason why they did it, he said it yesterday, that he walked around a locker room that was devastated after one of the Kansas City losses and said, okay, I think I need to do this. And then they did it, and, Ben Johnson was available. Or maybe it was the year that Harbaugh was available. Like, how many of the coaches that have been hired in the last 2 or 3 years would people feel regret that they didn't have a chance to get?
Yeah.
If this was coming anyway eventually. I mean, the point there really, though, is to lead you to where are all the great players? Wait, like yesterday it was said, great roster, good coaching.
It's not a great roster.
So where are all the great players? And you can just pick on the draft if you want for that, but you don't have to limit it to that. You can go to free agency.
Yeah.
You can go to all their free agent decisions and trade decisions. And I think the point remains the same. Where are all the great players for this quote-unquote great roster?
Yeah. Mike Shope asked the question about that great roster yesterday. He said, who's their fourth best player?
Because you go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins?
I guess you might go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins.
That's your top three, and your fourth is what? I mean, right now it's probably Cole Bishop.
Okay. Maybe Benford?
Right, maybe. But these are guys that make half of what the top players of their position in the league make. Benford makes $17 million a year, and the guys like Pat Surtain make $30.
Right. And
actually more than that. I think it's above $30.
The Super Bowl champions of last year have like 7 guys on that list. And the Chiefs, who had a dynasty, they've fallen off in part because one of their all-time great players has drifted off in Travis Kelce and Chris Jones, for that matter, too.
Right, and even like that example, if there's a perception like, I need this all-star team around Josh Allen. You don't need to know. Give me one guy.
You need like
one guy who is definitively as the best player at what he does in the National Football League.
Yeah.
Like, and I know James Cook led the league in rushing, but like even that, like he's better than Bijan Robinson.
No.
Like, he's great, and he might be top 5 at his position in the league.
He's great to have.
But where's my Surtain? Where's my Bijan? I don't want to make it about running back. Where's my Jefferson? Where's my Chase? Where's my, where's my Myles Garrett, right? Where's a guy on the team other than Allen that is the best player in the league? And they are tough to get, but when you have like 7 years to find one of them, and you should be able to luck into one guy like that.
And that's where yesterday I saw we clipped me getting after Bean a little bit for saying when you have a quarterback like Josh, you're paying Josh, you have to make sacrifices, and that bothers me so much that he says that because it makes people think it's Josh's fault. In reality, it's the fault of all the guys in the middle you're signing instead. Like, Josh is not preventing you from having Micah Parsons. They have Jordan Love and Micah Parsons. Why couldn't you trade for Micah Parsons? Because you have too many contracts in the middle. Because you have too many guys you're like, he's good enough. He can stay here for a while. He can make $14 million as a tight end that we don't throw to. Yep. You know, like, there have been a lot of decisions along the way to fill the roster with middle stuff, and that's what's actually stopped you from having high-priced players.
It's not an easy decision, trust me, with that success. But what is success? Is success being in the playoffs 7 years in a row with no Super Bowl appearance?
The Bills front office addressed the media yesterday following head coach Sean McDermott's firing earlier this week. In case you missed it, you'll be able to find it on demand in its entirety on WGR550.com. The coach search is underway, and so are the interviews at One Bills Drive. Joe Brady has completed an interview with the Bills. He'll be interviewing for the second time with Baltimore in person later today, per Adam Schefter. And the Bills will host Lou Anarumo, Brian Dable for their respective interviews today as well. Some other names being reported: Anthony Lynn, Grant Ubinski, Anthony Weaver. We'll keep you up to date as more names get reported as well. The Sabres and Josh Stone agreed to a 7-year deal, $6.95 million per year. Josh Stone's contract includes a $3.5 million signing bonus next year. That makes him the only Sabres player on a standard level contract that has a signing bonus. They're back in action tonight against Montreal on the road. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Vikings signed defensive coordinator Brian Flores to a contract extension unless he gets a head coaching job. The Steelers completed an interview with former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching vacancy. The Chiefs agreed to terms with Eric Bieniemy as their offensive coordinator. NFL insider Justina Anderson reports the Ravens completed a second interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
That when Keon Coleman ran the 40-yard dash, it was 4.57. There's video of Brandon Beane saying, and I quote, "I'm glad Coleman ran that 4.57 40-yard dash. It'll help to get him," end quote. And Sean McDermott was nowhere around when Brandon Beane was saying that. So literally, every day, more lives was central to what the owner just said, to defend the guy that he wanted to keep over somebody else. You know why? Because that guy had more of the ear of Terry Pagula than Sean McDermott.
Freddie Coleman, ESPN Radio. Keon Coleman, a big topic yesterday. Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, off to this year's draft.
It is. He can't possibly be on the team again next year, right? With all this. That was enough yesterday on top of everything that happened during the season. Like, what should the odds be that he's on the team to start training camp?
Well, you have to trade him, and you have to find a taker.
Right, and yesterday might have harmed that.
Maybe you trade him for a low draft pick. The team taking him on. I saw Mike Giannetti of Spot Track posting out what a team would take on. Not a big salary, so
right.
The Bills would save, I think, $2 million to do it, and they could, they need to get some space. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It is like the draft process. It is so kind of funny because those videos of Beane, many people pointed out that doesn't mean necessarily that they loved him. There's a video of Beane saying, "When I went to bed that night, it was Keon, unless someone blew us away with an offer, but I thought we were going to take Keon Coleman." Mm-hmm. And many people pointed out, he probably said that because the coaching staff liked him. And of course, the coaching staff. Who's the coaching staff? Mm-hmm. Does Sean McDermott scout receivers? Does Sean McDermott tell him which receiver to take? Or does Sean McDermott say, "I want a receiver. Mm-hmm. I want to make sure we get Josh a weapon"? What if it was just that? If it's just simply, and that's why any idea of how it wasn't his pick, and he later jumped in and said, "No, that was my pick." Of course it's collaborative. It's supposed to be. You're supposed to have 10 scouts, and then you get to a point on the board, and 6 of them say this guy, and 4 of them say this guy. and you make a call. But it's not like, I don't know, I just don't think you have too many scenarios where it's all that controversial who you take. It's one of 5 guys. And they take Coleman. And Bean goes on to tell us that's who Josh wanted. Right. So whatever reason they took him, I don't think it does anything to make it look any less bad. The worst part of it now is, of course, like revealing that he wasn't highest on your board. By the way, there are plenty of reports out there that Josh Allen was not the highest quarterback on their board, but they took him anyway. Or no, that's not it. It's if they were number 1, there might have been another guy on their board, but they would have taken Josh anyway. Sometimes you're a GM on your board, you might have a name here and think, this is the guy that got this grade, but this guy we feel better about for XYZ. Yeah. It's an inexact science. It's supposed to be an inexact science. You're kind of guessing. But
they'll tell us they'll follow the board.
That's right. That's the funniest part of it. Is like
they'll say it.
Let's all remember
they don't
this.
Always.
Let's all remember this when next year comes and all the teams put out their draft videos and they carefully curate exactly what happened. Like, look at this. We had a 4th round grade on this guy that we got in the 7th, and it's always how it happens. These NFL teams is not just the Bills. They control a lot of their own message, and when something else gets out, they don't like it.
Yeah.
So this is them controlling it. This is Terry stepping in to say, like, well, he wasn't even top guy on our board. No, was he second? That's still worth taking.
Right. All that matters now, though, at this point going forward, though, is like, what do they believe he is salvageable? Or would they live in the real world and realize, like, okay, we need to address that? Because one thing about going into this year, and probably a big reason why they didn't really address the position at all,
is because they believed in him.
They believed in him a lot, and were counting on him. I mean, he played all the snaps at the beginning of the year. He was playing that big role on the outside, and they were hoping for a big step from him. And now that you would go into this year, even if he's on the team, you can't possibly believe that he's going to have that level of expectation going into 2026. So I would think even internally, even if Bean hasn't changed his mind about the position at all, that he would be more likely to address the position because the Coleman hope doesn't exist the way it did 12 months ago.
No, in fact, the type of receiver they should, of course, get would be like, hey, look what Brandon Cooks was able to do immediately. We should get a couple guys that play like him.
Right, yeah.
Would you be convinced to keep Keon Coleman if I told you Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, tweeted that they'll never be able to say bleep about him again and will eat their words after we train together this offseason? Now, I don't know if they're
Chad Johnson.
Yeah, I don't know if that means they actually are going to, or Ocho Cinco is going to take him under his wing and do that. But here's Chad Johnson saying, like, let me get at him.
Yeah, I am still skeptical that he can ever be a real
he's kind of
great NFL wide receiver.
Sure, he's kind of lived up to what he was scouted to be, which is, big body, not going to separate.
I mean, he trained with CeeDee Lamb last offseason, and like, I guess he's not a retired guy like Chad Johnson is, but I don't know. I don't think the skill set's there. I think he's too slow. Like, to ever be a great receiver in the league, I've always believed he was just too slow. He'll never get open, and he'll be relying on contested catches, which he's not actually that good at.
803-0550, our phone number. All right, what else do you get from it? Joe Brady interviews with the Ravens today, his second job interview. He did interview with the Bills yesterday. Today, it's Brian Dable and Lou Anarumo, which we're going to talk with Jeff Hobson, who covers the Bengals, tomorrow, and trying to figure out, who can we talk to about Lou Anarumo? We could call somebody in Indy. He'd been there for a year.
Only a year.
I thought, let's talk Cincinnati. That's where he had his success and why it all fell apart, what went wrong, because the Cincinnati defense, of course, went from being fine, respectable, even, big game. They were the Chief killers. They beat the Chiefs routinely, regular season and in the postseason. And what happened? How did it all fall apart? And Lou Anarumo lost his job there in Cincinnati. So Jeff Hobson, that's tomorrow. We'll talk to him. How good of a leader he is, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, his defense never – it's funny. Like, there are much more exact ways to do this, but he's getting a head coach interview, right?
Yeah.
In 8 years as a defensive coordinator in the NFL, he's never ranked inside the top half of the league in total defense. That's just by yards.
The funny thing is, what do the Bills actually need?
16th is the highest that he's ever had a defense rank.
What the Bills actually need from their defense going forward with a Josh Allen offense is I don't need a defense that ranks 5th and then gives up 30.
Right.
I need a defense that ranks 26th and then has the matchup, has the scheme, which it's a tough.
Yeah.
It's kind of a tough needle to thread. But hey, your defenses weren't that good. If I needed one game, could you come up with the plan to stop in the future Drake May? You're like, I got that plan.
Right. His signature moment in the 2021 AFC Championship game, the second half against the Chiefs, like his defense ranked 18th that year.
Yeah, and they rushed 3 and dropped 8 for a half, and they shut them down.
If you rank 18th that year, but you get to the postseason because of your offense, and then you have that answer, then that's all you need. But again, it's kind of jarring though. Just look at his career, and like one thing, we'll talk to our guy from Cincinnati about that, but I'm sure he never had the players that some defensive coordinators. Like, I would want to make some of the same defenses. I bet we'll hear some of the same defenses of him that we were making about McDermott this year. Yep. Like, you're kind of patching it together with a bunch of just guys.
Matthew in Buffalo is up. Hey, Matthew, good morning.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good.
Just calling about a few callers ago in regards to the amount of draft picks that are currently on the team. I'm in the hockey space, and I've seen my beloved player, I'm a Leafs fan, go to Vegas. I know Eichel got traded there for Tuck, and he got rid of a first and a second round on that trade. He's known to get rid of a lot of draft picks. And I saw a stat yesterday. He's only drafted one first rounder in 6 or 7 years that he's been there.
Yeah.
So I was going to see for you guys, do you think that's something that Beach should try to do, is trade away draft their roster players going forward?
Matthew, is that first rounder Peyton Krebs, by the way? Because they did draft Peyton Krebs and then traded him to the Sabres. So if they drafted a guy,
They also sent a first rounder with that. And
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, if they always, in Vegas, they always send their first round picks, they trade them away. The Penguins did this too for like a decade. They didn't pick a first round pick. They just always at the deadline sent it away because they're trying to win cups. Should the Bills trade picks? There's already a name you're seeing thrown out as a Bills idea, and this might just be like connecting dots, but A.J. Brown, right? A.J. Brown. Should the Bills trade for A.J. Brown, who's not happy in Philadelphia? He's probably exactly what they need in terms of skill set. He's not young by receiver standards. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what the cost is. Usually
he's
when
29.
29.
Yeah.
Usually the price for a receiver like that is like a third, right? A third or a fourth.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to do that and tell me they traded a third or a fourth, that's fine. I like to point out that if they – let's make this not just about receiver. Make it about defensive end too if you want. Make it about defensive end, right? Like you could trade for Max Crosby and you could load up a deal and try to trade. He'll probably demand a trade this offseason.
Yes.
We will probably get to that in the next 2 weeks because he left Vegas unhappy when they benched him.
He was very mad about that.
He was very upset. Will he go to the Super Bowl and say, I want out? If he does, what's the price? A first and then some. And then there's, I think, a good debate. What is the better way to get that player? You want to make it defensive end? You want to make it wide receiver? You pick your position. Is it to trade a premium asset and pay top dollar? Or is it to identify someone in the draft and spend a future first and get up to that spot? Because you can't trade cap space. But if you view it as though that trade is trading cap space, then it makes sense. Let's say you can go out and you can trade a first-round pick for Chris Olave, or you can trade a future first and go get Jordan Tyson, who might be the number one receiver in this draft.
Right.
In one scenario, I have a proven commodity, and I'm paying him $30 million a year. In the other, I'm banking on him being good, and I've saved a ton of cap space.
Yep.
For 5 years, because I've got a rookie contract receiver that's going to be an incredible value. Make that about defensive end if you want. Make that about defensive tackle. Like, I do think for teams like the Bills, there is a good value to trading up. You're cap strapped. You're in a window. The pick you're trading is a 27th pick overall. Every year I see there are 10 to 12 actual first-round talents. Like, it's all right there. So I will be on team trade up for the game wrecker wherever that game wrecker is. I've kind of been on that train for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Do it. I don't think it's anything to be fearful of.
You'll have one risk, which is, of course, you don't know.
The player not being good.
Right, and even maybe not just not being good, not being like the game wrecker.
Sure, not being dynamic enough.
Do we have callers that wanted them to trade at 3 first-round picks for Marvin Harrison Jr. a couple years ago?
Probably.
And he's not bad.
No.
But he's not surefire Hall of Famer so far through 2 years. Would he be making a insane impact on the Bills? Maybe it'd look better. But that's your risk. Your risk is because I think that the trade-up conversation, it gets villainized way too much when it comes to value and what it's actually worth. But there's no doubt, the difference between trading for A.J. Brown or Chris Olave and doing that and going up and getting Jordan Tyson is I know how good Chris Olave is. I know how good A.J. Brown is. And I feel like you have a pretty good idea. Most of them do work out, right? The other guy we talked about all the time was trading up for Rome Odunze. And he's great.
Yep.
He's awesome. He would absolutely be making a huge impact. Malik Neighbors would be making a huge impact on the Bills. If they'd done it for Jackson Smith and Jigba, it hits more often than it doesn't. But the Diggs Jefferson conversation, you could have picked Jefferson or you could have ended up with who's the guy right in front of him? Jalen Reagor.
Jalen Reagor, right.
I think it's still a good idea. It would be tough. If you said those were 2 options that were available to you, it really would depend on the player. Do I want to go get Jordan Tyson or do I want to revisit the Waddle trade? Because some guys aren't as good as A.J. Brown. And some guys have injury problems, and there's the age questions. It's not always, I think, the best idea to just say, let me go get the veteran guy.
Right. And this...
A.J. Brown's 29. He might not have... I don't know. He's pretty great. He probably has more than a year or 2.
But do they want headaches? What does the coach want? Let's talk about one of their coaching candidates, Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll has been here before. Brian Daboll drafted Malik Neighbors, and if you watch the Giants... I think it was the Giants.
It was
Hard
the
Knocks.
Hard Knocks, the off-season Hard Knocks.
The Giants off-season Hard Knocks. They're talking to Neighbors in their pre-draft meeting, and Daboll asks him, "What if we're playing a game and you haven't really seen the ball too much? How's that going to work for you?" And Neighbors said, "I'm going to be upset about that." And Daboll said, "I like that."
Yep.
Different coaches want different things. I like that. I want my guy to want the ball. Would Joe Brady want that kind of player? Maybe not. He coached Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase in college.
Right.
So, it's tough to kind of dig down into what everybody really wants here. But when they go into all these meetings, it doesn't matter who it is. Terry Pagula can say, we really like our roster. And maybe when a coach comes in and they ask, what do you think of our roster? What is that coach going to say? What's Lou Anarumo going to say about the defense? He's going to say, I like some pieces. We're going to need some help. I'll tell you what I would get.
Mm-hmm.
What's Grant Udinsky going to say? A team that had Brian Thomas Jr. and drafted Travis Hunter second and traded for a receiver and signed Diami Brown in the offseason for $10 million. What's he going to say in their interview? What do you think about my offense? Here's what I would do. Those 2 guards, you're probably going to have to let them walk, so we're going to draft some interior linemen. I'm going to need some speed out there somewhere. Where do we stand with this? These coaches... These interviews, it's part of it's going to be what would you change about what we do? And how different could their answers be than your answer, my answer, anybody that calls in? It's going to be, you need some help here. We got to get to work. Mm-hmm. And then I would wonder, is it the right time for a big trade up? I could make the case yes or no, or a big splash move.
Yeah.
The big move of the offseason is already going to be the coach. You walk into a brand new stadium. People are paying prices they've never paid before to go to these games. $10,000 for a PSL. I'm going into a new stadium, and now I got to know. I don't know who the coach is. Okay, that's uncertainty. But the last coach got fired because he couldn't win the Super Bowl. So now pressure's on you, new coach. And oh, by the way, we swung a huge trade for this guy. Mm-hmm. We better win it because now the owner really thinks the roster's great. It's
all right.
A lot of moving parts. I think it's an exciting time. I do think yesterday, Joe, I don't know if you saw this. People acting like they're going to spiral into a place of doom.
A little bit of that. I saw a little bit of that.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think yesterday was goofy at times and embarrassing at times, but I am not of the belief they're going to spiral into some sort of abyss.
I'll put it this way. I don't think they'll be Maybe the losses you could have like a 1 or 2 more losses. I don't think they'd be any worse than they were this year. Right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Like the roster is almost entirely coming back if you want it.
Unless you're making moves to trade it.
Unless you're making moves to upgrade from like a Joey Bosa. Like otherwise,
right.
It's kind of, everyone's kind of signed.
Bosa, there's dead money on his deal. Like this indicates, when you talk about your roster,
too.
How desperate was your roster and how bad was your cap situation? You had to go get a kind of a hopeful signing in Joey Bosa and put dead money into future years on him.
I think they did that also
with Ogunjobi.
Ogunjobi.
Like you have to go few void years on those guys. That's how tight your cap is for a roster that's not. Anyway, before the break, quickly, Eddie in Lancaster. Hey, Eddie. Good morning.
Hey, Josh and Jack. Thanks, guys, for taking my call.
All right.
You got to make those comments because such a difference between national media and local media. We are so in tight with what this organization has always been that we see things that they do not see. And I just find it difficult, and I'm not a fanboy, that we cry all year that we want the owner to speak. Oh, answer the questions, do this, do that. And then he does, and I mean, for good or for worse, he's an honest person. And I can't believe I'm defending a billionaire. This is insane. That being said, he's not a professional speaker. He's not a sports analyst. He's not going to be the guy, and maybe he should have people telling him these things. I get it. But at the end of the day, we all already knew. The comment about Coleman wasn't a comment about Coleman. I understand that he shouldn't have said what he said, and he interrupted our Dean. But my point is that comment wasn't about Coleman. That comment was about what he felt was, and I took it as, Bean not taking, not coming out and putting McDermott under the bus by Bean not taking, a lot of times McDermott would pass the blame, whether it's Frazier, 13 seconds, whether it's the refs this year. You know what? Why is our quarterback always the one who takes all the arrows? Always. Even when he plays the best game, it's his fault. But our coach, why is it when he comes out, he doesn't take all the arrows? And I think Bean showed a better ability to be Boromir against the tree than McDermott did. And I think at the end of the day, when the coach walked in that locker room, to think that was just a typical sad, upset locker room, I've been watching for 50 years. That locker room was cracked and broken, and something had to change. And I don't know why we're calling it a debacle and this and that. We're buying into the national media when we know better, guys.
Well, I don't know what the national media really is even doing that's different. I haven't been consuming any of that. To me,
Eddie, you sound like a lot of sports is this. You confirm your priors. Like you didn't like McDermott, so you're going to believe everything they say about McDermott. They tried to lay a lot at the feet of McDermott. I mean,
to me, the arrows comment also, I think maybe it's been a loud minority over the years, but after 13 seconds, after some of these playoff losses, part of my frustration this week has been that the defense, especially from the GM, always is the one that takes the arrows. And the offense has been letting them down at the end of games. And I don't think Allen takes many arrows.
No.
This was really the first time. I think there was some blame. You missed the throw to Knox, you turned the ball over 5 times, right? Or Allen turned the ball over 4 times. Cook did once. So he took some this week. Never before that. It's always been McDermott.
That's true.
Until this year.
They had a home playoff game. They scored 10 points. Allen threw no touchdowns. Nick is just washed aside. It's that one doesn't count.
Right.
Because the defense gave up 27. He scored 10 in a home playoff game.
And I will admit, I'm conflicted on the first part of the caller's comment, too, about Pegula and the microphone. Because I do feel I want to hear from him more often than he talks. That was the first time in years, right? And he explained that yesterday as to why, the reasons he gave for that. But at the same time, whenever he is in front of a microphone, I think this probably isn't the best idea for them.
Yeah, I thought yesterday he should not have been there. I mean, we lost the opportunity to actually get Bean's answers on things and honest answers on things. When the owner says great roster, and then Bean gets asked, what could you have done better? What's he supposed to say when his boss is right next to him telling him he's done great?
Yeah.
So, and there are different types of fans. Some fans just hey, when's the game? Others, the inner workings, the politics of it. But the general belief is the GM has the owner's ear. And you might think the owner is being honest, and the owner might think he's being honest. Is the owner just kind of parroting what the GM has been telling him in games while they watch games together? Because this guy's built a great roster. He told me it. I don't know.
Right.
So, thanks, Eddie. I think you like Sean McDermott did a great job for the Bills for 9 years, and people are acting like he was some sort of impediment to them. Which, okay, maybe you think so in these games. He wasn't in the Denver game. I don't think. It's like the quarterback turns the ball. The quarterback turns the ball over 4 times. Call it 3 if you think the catch was a catch.
Yep.
The quarterback rolls a ball on the turf like he's bowling at the end of the half, and a team source is after McDermott for 3rd and 11. Like, come on.
Yeah.
That's not to say.
Like, was it that close? Like, Pagula didn't want to play the hypothetical game, but if that's ruled a catch and they kick the field goal.
They're playing this week.
And we're talking about McDermott making the stop in overtime that everybody always wants him to make.
After making the stop against Jacksonville the week before.
Right.
To close the game.
But they had to go back out there. So, like, I don't think it's ridiculous that he was fired after 9 years.
Me either. And I'm not here to say he shouldn't have been. Like, it's fine.
But I don't know. I think it's all been said. But it's so strange to me that this was the year that he was fired.
It's so strange to me. You should treat yesterday's press conference almost on the same level that you do the post-draft curated, look, we loved everybody we picked. The goal yesterday was to make you feel better. That's why they went out there. They would practice. Let's have a unified front. Let's get our message out. Like, they practice these things. So you don't have to take every word they say as if it's the gospel honest truth. They're trying to get a message across. And, a couple of the messages they got across landed and needed to be pushed across. Bean saying he feels guilt. He feels responsibility. Like, I thought he would say that, and that's an important thing to do. So anyway, I do agree it was not exactly the complete disaster. We got to get to a break. When we return, Sal and also Ryan Fitzpatrick gives a thought on the Fitz and Wit podcast that could lead us down who the coach will be. We'll get to that.
He can't possibly be on the team again next year, right? With all this. That was enough yesterday on top of everything that happened during the season. Like, what should the odds be that he's on the team to start training camp?
Well, you have to trade him, and you have to find a taker.
Right, and yesterday might have harmed that.
Maybe you trade him for a draft pick. The team taking him on. I saw Mike Giannetti of Spot Track posting out what a team would take on. Not a big salary, so the Bills would save, I think, $2 million to do it, and they could, they need to get some space. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It is like the draft process. It is so kind of funny because those videos of Bean, many people pointed out that doesn't mean necessarily that they loved him. There's a video of Bean saying, when I went to bed that night, it was Keon, unless someone blew us away with an offer, but I thought we were going to take Keon Coleman. Mm-hmm. And many people pointed out, like, yeah, he probably said that because the coaching staff liked him. And, of course, like, the coaching staff. Who's the coaching staff? Mm-hmm. Does Sean McDermott scout receivers? Does Sean McDermott tell him which receiver to take? Or does Sean McDermott say, I want a receiver? Mm-hmm. I want to make sure we get Josh a weapon. What if it was just that? If it's just simply, and that's why any idea of, like, how it wasn't his pick, and he later jumped in and said, no, that was my pick. Of course it's collaborative. It's supposed to be. You're supposed to have 10 scouts, and then you get to a point on the board, and 6 of them say this guy, and 4 of them say this guy, and you make a call. Mm-hmm. But it's not like, I don't know, I just don't think you have too many scenarios where it's all that controversial who you take. It's one of 5 guys, and they take Coleman. And Bean goes on to tell us that's who Josh wanted. Right. So whatever reason they took him, I don't think it does anything to make it look any less bad. The worst part of it now is, of course, like revealing that he wasn't highest on your board.
I mean, the point there really, though, is to lead you to where are all the great players. Yesterday it was said, great roster, good coaching.
It's not a great roster.
So where are all the great players? And you can just pick on the draft if you want for that, but you don't have to limit it to that. You can go to free agency.
Yeah.
You can go to all their free agent decisions and trade decisions. And I think the point remains the same. Where are all the great players for this quote-unquote great roster?
Yeah, Mike Shope asked the question about that great roster yesterday. He said, who's their fourth best player?
Because you go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins?
I guess you might go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins.
That's your top three, and your fourth is what? I mean, right now it's probably Cole Bishop.
Okay. Maybe Benford?
Right, maybe. But these are guys that make half of what the top players of their position in the league make. Benford makes $17 million a year, and the guys like Pat Surtain make $30.
Right. And
actually more than that. I think it's above 30.
The Super Bowl champions of last year have like 7 guys on that list. And the Chiefs, who had a dynasty, they've fallen off in part because one of their all-time great players has drifted off in Travis Kelce and Chris Jones, for that matter, too.
Right, and even that example, if there's a perception I need this all-star team around Josh Allen. You don't need to know. Give me one guy.
You need like
one guy who is definitively as the best player at what he does in the National Football League.
Yeah.
And I know James Cook led the league in rushing, but even that, he's better than Bijan Robinson.
No.
He's great, and he might be top 5 at his position in the league.
He's great to have.
But where's my Surtain? Where's my Bijan? I don't want to make it about running back. Where's my Jefferson? Where's my Chase? Where's my, where's my Myles Garrett, right? Where's a guy on the team other than Allen that is the best player in the league? And they are tough to get, but when you have 7 years to find one of them, you should be able to land, you should be able to luck into one guy like that.
And that's where yesterday I saw we clipped me getting after being a little bit for saying when you have a quarterback like Josh, you're paying Josh, you have to make sacrifices. And that bothers me so much that he says that because it makes people think it's Josh's fault. In reality, it's the fault of all the guys in the middle you're signing instead. Josh is not preventing you from having Micah Parsons. They have Jordan Love and Micah Parsons. Why couldn't you trade for Micah Parsons? Because you have too many contracts in the middle. Because you have too many guys you're like, he's good enough. He can stay here for a while. He can make $14 million as a tight end that we don't throw to. Yep. There have been a lot of decisions along the way to fill the roster with middle stuff, and that's what's actually stopped you from having high-priced players.
Problem is, and why I think they need a veteran coach, somebody with a little bit more of an iron fist, is if you bring in a young, cool, hip head coach, he's going to be buddies with Josh. He's going to suck up to Josh. He's going to go golfing with Josh. It's not what he needs. It's not what's best for his career. What's best for his career is he has somebody that comes in and pushes him every single day, because there is another level that Josh can get to, especially mentally, but he has to be coached hard. And if you bring in a young guy, I just don't see it happening. I see him wanting to be his friend more than his coach. And so we'll see what happens. There aren't a lot of names out there. I don't know where they go with, but that's what I would want to see, is a veteran coach that's going to have accountability, and he's going to be a tough coach on these players.
Ryan Fitzpatrick from the Fitz and Wit podcast. Like that point from Fitz. We'll get Sal Capaccio's thoughts on that as well. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. 803-0550. Welcome in. If you're watching us on the stream, hello. If you're listening on the air, on an app, hello again. What's up? Hey, Sal, how are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Sal, I was thinking about that comment from Fitz, and the one thing I would wonder about, and this is like what Brandon Beane and Josh Allen, they've got to figure this out, is how different it is to push Josh Allen when he is a lump of clay ready to be molded into the great quarterback he has become versus pushing the superstar $250 million guy that is one of the faces of the league, MVP. Like Brian Dable pushed him when he was a lump of clay and was probably integral in making him bring out the best in him. Is the same voice the right voice in the different scenario? A lot to figure out with this coaching search.
It's a great question. It's actually very interesting you say that because when I heard that from Fitzpatrick, I asked somebody who has been around Brian Daboll and Josh Allen, and I said, which category would Brian fall into? Is he the accountability guy, or is he the golfing buddy guy? And the answer was accountability guy.
Yeah.
Now, I agree with you, though. Maybe over time that's changed from a different point of Josh Allen's career. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the answer I got was no, that's not a guy that's going to be Josh's friend. Yes, they have a relationship, but Brian's an accountability guy. And I'm just talking about Brian Daboll here, obviously. I'm not even pushing or whatever. I mean, you're asking me specifically him. But yeah, that's really interesting because I agree with that. I would also say one thing about Josh that I've always been told is he's very coachable. But I agree, there's different points of coaching and times and how to coach certain ways. I don't think Josh would necessarily, not accept coaching from someone or not accept to get pushed from someone, but certainly there's certain buttons to push along the way. But to answer the question about Brian specifically, I was told he falls more on the accountability side, not on the golf buddy side.
Sal Capaccio with us on the Western Hotline.
Who else falls in the veteran camp of this group, right? Lou Anarumo and...
Sure,
guys that could push him. Because if
Anthony Weaver,
Anthony Lynn.
I mean, Anthony Weaver's never been a head coach, though.
Right.
Right? I mean, I know you're right. I mean, I guess looking at the list, who else has, right? You're right, but I mean, is Anthony Weaver in that? I'm not really sure. He's been around a lot, but you know what I mean? I have no idea where I'd put him in that category. But probably, veteran coach, sure, but he'd be getting his first crack at this.
Right. Yeah, that's why I guess the list, Sal, how many guys might be like that. I guess that's why I get to Weaver is they're I mean, unless it's Daboll, the odds that they land on a first-time coach, I think are probably pretty good.
Well, I don't think there's many non-first-time coaches out there right now that you'd –
Right.
I mean, there's guys that have been fired, but what's the list even independent of anything we know about the Bills? Right? Who's out there right now that has had a head coaching job that anybody's thinking about any job going forward? Mike McCarthy's probably going to land in Pittsburgh. You want to say him? Mike Tomlin, I don't see that happening, and he's under contract anyway, by the way, with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, I mean, how many actual former head coaches are actually out there that could get a job somewhere anyway? Maybe some of the guys just fired, like Jonathan Gannon, something like that, I guess. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, there's not, Flores, but some of the guys that are like that, the resume as a head coach isn't really going to be all that strong, right? Flores has made more of a mark as a defensive coordinator since it didn't really work for him in Miami. Although his record wasn't as bad in Miami's, some might remember.
Right.
I don't know. Is there anything we asked you a little bit about this, Sal, after the press conference yesterday? As we start to look at the coach search, was there anything that you heard or picked up from yesterday from either Pegula or Bean that made you lean any way about the type of person they're looking for or an individual, anything to pick up on the coach search?
That I think that they're going to have Josh in mind every step of the way. Now, that doesn't mean, again, I think you need to parse what they said and think about how this goes down, which is it doesn't mean Josh is picking the coach, but they're certainly going to think about coaching Josh Allen and his role in this. And, he's the most important person in the organization, let's be honest, right? So I do think that's part of it. I don't think it has to be there's nothing I got from which side of the ball, nothing I got from, there is one little thing I got, one little tiny a nugget I think that I picked up on that I'm thinking, okay, did he just kind of make it known they're looking for offense? Because Brandon Beane said, this job is more than just a play caller or schemer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could take that for defense too, right? But don't we think offense when we think that? You know what I mean? He said it's a CEO job. So when he said that, I thought, are they looking offense specifically, which I think they would be more inclined to do. But if you're asking me, what traits, I'm not positive on, what, if they're looking for a certain, point of their career, what their experience has been. But I do think it's very clear that they're going to have Josh Allen in mind every step of the way going through this process.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. Joe Brady interviewing yesterday. Today will be Brian Daboll and Lou Anarumo, according to multiple reports. And, Sal, this weekend could change a lot, with Seattle, with the Rams. There are candidates possibly on both those staffs with Denver. And Brandon Beane, one thing he did say was it's a wide open search, right? Fully open search.
Yes.
So I want to I guess it's going to be tough for them. If they land on Joe Brady after a full search, people might get skeptical. And you might get skeptical of that if it's Brian Daboll, too. Like, oh, they picked the guy that Josh knows. But to me, the sheer number of candidates already in the mix, it sounds like it really will be an intensive process. And they're not taking it lightly, like just to give it to some foregone, like some guy that's already got the job. Like, I want to take their word that it really will be an open process.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think, to me, like, it's always felt a bit weird if they were to give it to Joe Brady, considering he's on this staff and has been a part of this staff that's had these playoff failures that Terry Pegula talked about, right? Like, I think one of the headlines that came out of yesterday, and this happens, right, because it's the internet and this is how people write things and they see different headlines. Terry Pegula did not fire Sean McDermott because they lost in Denver. He decided and ultimately made the decision after they lost in Denver. He fired him because of the proverbial playoff wall that he said, right? You know what I mean? There's a difference there. The decision was ultimately made after Denver, but it was made because of the playoff failures. I find it hard to believe that then they would go and hire somebody internally who's been a part of those playoff failures, because to me, you're still – there's no difference in the people in the room, right? And then if you're trying to change that outcome because you've seen these things happen, then I would always think that you would want to go in a bit of a different direction to get a fresh blood or perspective. You know, Lorenzo Alexander said this to me one time. He said, you know, the drought teams, they were bonded in 2017. The guys in the early part of McDermott's career, they were bonded by breaking the drought. That was a really special thing. That really carried them a long way. Once his 13 seconds happened, this team has been, as we know, kind of in a bad way bonded by that. Every time you look up, it's always mentioned to them and all those kinds of things. And I think, like, to me, you almost have to go completely different than that. Now, Brian Daboll was also there, but he left and he came back. I think Brian is a little bit unique in this whole thing. But I do think that Joe Brady would be a bit surprising to me, only because you'd still be putting someone in charge who's been a part of the reason why you're saying you're moving on, if that makes sense.
Sal Capaccio on the Worcester Hotline. Sal, I know you got to get to WBEN.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
What do you like? I guess what are you ready for next? We don't expect to hear from Josh. I saw reports the expectation is he'll speak after the coaching search is complete. So he's kind of taken some time away, and there's a little bit of there's a report that a source close to Allen says he's appreciative of his time, which is not much, but I guess the loss of the season, the loss of your coach as he's been fired, it's probably been a tough week for Josh.
Well, I'm sure it has been, and I wouldn't expect to finally hear something that he's backing the organization and he's all on board with their search. We'll see about when he's going to speak. Again, there's no requirement he has to, but we always hear from him after a season. So I'm sure we're going to at some point here, but it's probably not going to be. It looks like I should say until after they hire a head coach.
All right. Sal Capaccio. Thank you, Sal.
All right, you got it, guys. Thanks.
We'll keep Sal on speed dial because, this coaching search thing, it could happen quickly. I don't think it will. You just never know. They get like three interviews in and cancel all other interviews. We've got our guy. This is the right person. Like, that happens, right?
It does. Unless we really believe they want to talk to guys that are still coaching.
Oh, I think it definitely goes through the weekend.
Oh, no, I mean like through the Super Bowl.
Yeah, if the Super Bowl somehow ends up being Denver-Seattle, that gets tough. Like, if your top candidates you want to speak to are Davis Webb and Clint Kubiak, and you've now got to wait till February 9th, that's tough.
I guess Kubiak's the one I'm wondering the most. Because I also don't really think Denver will win. So if they want to talk to Davis Webb, like, the odds of that happening on Monday are probably decent.
Right, they're the biggest home underdog in conference championship history.
There you go. So, but if Kubiak is a guy they really like, will they feel comfortable making a call before they're allowed to talk to him? And will they be willing to wait 3 weeks? I will say...
Will the candidates wait?
Will the candidates
and not
wait?
Get on staffs?
How many candidates... I guess there are... How many openings are there still? 4 or 5, at least?
Yep.
Like, will Daboll wait for you? He's not getting a head coach job somewhere else.
No,
I don't think.
Tennessee looks like it's his if he wants it.
But that's the coordinator job.
Yeah.
So,
and to this point, like Vic Carucci tweeted yesterday, he'd not be surprised if it was Joe Brady head coach, Brian Daboll offensive coordinator. Diane Racine reports Dable wants the head coach job, and I just wonder, is he coming back just to be the OC?
I can't believe that.
And boy, is he coming back to be the OC? In that case, what's their offense look like? Does it look like a Brady offense or a Dable offense?
Right.
I don't know.
It's not built the way that it was when Dable was last the offensive coordinator. Pittsburgh has a vacancy right now. Vegas has a vacancy. Cleveland, the Bills, of course, and Baltimore.
The latest out of Pittsburgh I saw was that Chris Shula, the Rams defensive coordinator, is the leader in the clubhouse.
Right.
So if the Rams win, they're going to wait too.
Right. So if they interview somebody and they really like them and they feel like, man, if we don't do this now, we're going to lose them.
Meanwhile, the college football landscape's what do you mean you don't just leave the team in the playoffs to go be that coach?
Right. Right, Kubiak would just for college. Kubiak would just leave.
See you later.
He'd already be gone.
I got a job.
Yeah.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring. We're wide open. We'll check in with Paul. Sabres have a big one in Montreal tonight, and they extended one of their new core pieces. That's Josh Doan, 7-year deal for him. Great news for Sabres fans. They've quickly fallen in love with him after just half a season. It's gone great for Josh Doan and Jarmo. His first signature move, right? A big investment from the Sabres' new GM, Jarmo Kekalainen. So we'll chat with Paul and much more. Your phone calls as well here on WGR. Quick comment in the chat. I want to just bring something to light here. So I say a lot. I wish they would stop saying that Allen's contract means they have to make sacrifices. And I suppose I'll explain that a little bit more. Because
Jeremy White here for FanDuel.
I don't fully
Sportsbook,
understand the
official
salary
sportsbook at
cap the way
WGR.
that I'm sure Brandon Bean does. Right? I wouldn't suggest that I do. But let's talk cap hit this year. Cap hits this year. Josh Allen's cap hit this year was $36 million.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew Stafford's is $47.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams are significantly under the cap going forward. $75 million under next year. The Bills are $3 million over.
Mm-hmm.
Stop saying Josh Allen is why you have to make sacrifices. You don't. You have to make sacrifices because of most of your other contracts. Matthew Stafford's cap hit is 47. Lamar's is 43. Geno Smith's is 40 this season. Allen's contract being big, but also Allen being amazing and able to stretch it out over another decade means you have more flexibility. Justin Herbert's cap hit this year is 37. Josh Allen's is 36. It's just not a thing. If you're out there thinking, well, we can't have good players because we have Josh, that's not real. That's not correct. Allen's cap hit next year is 56. Will they restructure?
Yes, definitely.
Sure, maybe. Tua's is 56.
Mm-hmm.
Dax is 74. Mahomes is 78, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll restructure it and get more money, and he'll come in under 14 different guys.
Because those other teams are going to do the same thing with their guys, and they're at a higher starting point.
But the major difference is, and this is in the weeds of the cap, they can continue to restructure because they know he's amazing.
Right.
And he'll keep playing for them, and they actually won't have to pay a dead cap until he retires. As opposed to Tua, whose cap hit this year is 56, and they want to cut him.
Yeah, you're not going to restructure that.
No. You want to decide, we take a Deshaun Watson's cap hit next season.
Oh, what is it at?
80.
Yeah, wow.
And again,
I think they're just on the hook for that.
It's just Allen is an endless advantage, and that's on the cap too, even though you pay him big money. So that's it. Don't buy. You have to make sacrifices for him. You're making sacrifices because you've paid big money to guys that don't contribute as much.
Right. I mean,
Anyway.
the point there really, though, is to lead you to where are all the great players? Yesterday it was said, great roster, good coaching.
It's not a great
so
roster.
Where are all the great players? And you can just pick on the draft if you want for that, but you don't have to limit it to that. You can go to free agency.
Yeah.
You can go to all their free agent decisions and trade decisions. And I think the point remains the same. Where are all the great players for this quote-unquote great roster?
Yeah. Mike Shope asked the question about that great roster yesterday. He said, who's their fourth best player?
Because you go Allen, what? Allen, Cook, and Dawkins?
I guess you might go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins. You
As
might
your
go
top three, and your fourth is what? I mean, right now it's probably Cole Bishop.
Okay. Maybe Benford?
Right, maybe. But these are guys that make half of what the top players of their position in the league make. Benford makes $17 million a year, and the guys like Pat Surtain make $30.
Right. And
actually more than that. I think it's above 30.
The Super Bowl champions of last year have like 7 guys on that list. And the Chiefs, who had a dynasty, they've fallen off in part because one of their all-time great players has drifted off in Travis Kelce and Chris Jones, for that matter, too.
Right, and even like that example, if there's a perception I need this all-star team around Josh Allen. You don't need give me one guy.
You need like
one guy who is definitively as the best player at what he does in the National Football League.
Yeah.
And I know James Cook led the league in rushing, but even that, he's better than Bijan Robinson.
No.
He's great, and he might be top 5 at his position in the league.
He's great to have.
But where's my Surtain? Where's my Bijan? I don't want to make it about running back. Where's my Jefferson? Where's my Chase? Where's my, where's my Myles Garrett, right? Where's a guy on the team other than Allen that is the best player in the league? And they are tough to get, but when you have 7 years to find one of them, you should be able to luck into one guy like that.
And that's where yesterday I saw we clipped me getting after Bean a little bit for saying when you have a quarterback like Josh, you're paying Josh, you have to make sacrifices. And that bothers me so much that he says that because it makes people think it's Josh's fault. In reality, it's the fault of all the guys in the middle you're signing instead. Josh is not preventing you from having Micah Parsons. They have Jordan Love and Micah Parsons. Why couldn't you trade for Micah Parsons? Because you have too many contracts in the middle. Because you have too many guys you're like, he's good enough. He can stay here for a while. He can make $14 million as a tight end that we don't throw to. Yep. There have been a lot of decisions along the way to fill the roster with middle stuff, and that's what's actually stopped you from having high-priced players. One thing that can unite Buffalo?
What's that?
I think is we might all sit here and say, that's kind of that press conference. That was wild. That was crazy.
Yeah.
And then we had a caller about the national media. Eddie called in and said this, I got Stephen A. Smith blasting him. Yeah. I got Jim Rome blasting him.
Mm-hmm.
He's still on. I got all of a sudden all these voices. Yeah. And what's our reaction to that? Hey, screw those guys. We'll be fine.
Right.
It's privately, listen, it might be a chaotic situation.
Yeah.
But it's not that bad. They'll be fine. Already go to nobody believes in them. It's going to be a mess. Bam. We got it. Underdogs. We're back.
Mm-hmm.
Underdogs again.
Just need somebody you need a common enemy.
The national media.
The national media in this case.
The national media. I saw Jim Everett taking shots. Yeah, he's still out there. Chase Daniel.
The Coleman clip especially is what they...
That's the one. That's the one.
It really... Owners do say dumb things a lot. A lot of owners, when they talk around the league, I mentioned the Cincinnati owner feels like every time he talks.
It is kind of funny.
But you don't often hear it about a player that is still on the team, which is, I think, the unique part.
This is a comment that would be on HBO's In-Season Hard Knocks. Joe Shane got roasted for the Saquon Barkley situation. How could you let that happen?
Right.
Where they just thought why would we pay this much money to a running back when we're paying big money to a quarterback?
Yeah.
And we'll just let him go somewhere, which is totally fine, and lots of teams do it. But oh my goodness, we heard the truth on television.
Yeah,
which you never do for football teams. So anyway, we'll get a break in. More of your phone calls. Paul on the Josh Doan signing, the latest on the candidates as well. 803-0550. Joe, what are we coming back with? You got anything good here? What do we're going to sound? We got our Shots of Audio at 9 o'clock, our new segment we love. Everybody loves.
Do. Yeah, we got a lot in the bank.
Shots of Audio. Something. Oh, and how do you feel about the Montreal game tonight? It's a big one.
Huge game. Huge. I'm very excited about it. I love watching Montreal to begin with, so that's exciting. And this is, again, I think it was the last time they played, I was like, this is the biggest Sabres game in years.
To me,
right back.
Really quickly on this game, the Sabres have 59 points. Montreal has 63. If the Sabres win, they'd be 2 back with a game in hand.
Yeah.
Right.
And like tonight's game is where I'm going to decide. I know it's just one game. It doesn't have to be like this. Is getting into the top 3 a real thing here for them? Or are we living in the 7-8? You know,
right.
The format of top 3 in the division, make it. Your playoff matchup is in your division if you're the 3 versus you're going to be a wild card team and fighting there. Because if you're 6 back of them, like that's work
tough.
to do.
Yeah. Yep.
So beat Montreal. You play them again soon.
You play them next Saturday.
Yeah. Like could you work your way into a top 3 Atlantic spot in the next week and a half? That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So a big one tonight for the Sabres. For the Sabres.
The Sabres. I saw there's a Go Sabres hat walking around in here today.
Good. Big one tonight for the Sabres. Jeremy and Joe, wide open for you. We'll buzz through phone calls here on the other side. On the coach search, on the press conference, on Keon Coleman if you want it. The Bills are in the national news. Not necessarily for the good stuff, though, here on WGR. Quick comment in the chat. I want to just bring something to light here. So I say a lot. I wish they would stop saying that Allen's contract means they have to make sacrifices. And I suppose I'll explain that a little bit more because I don't fully understand the salary cap the way that I'm sure Brandon Beane does, right? Like I wouldn't suggest that I do. But let's talk cap hit this year. Cap hits this year. Josh Allen's cap hit this year was $36 million.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew Stafford's is $47.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams are significantly under the cap going forward. $75 million under next year. The Bills are $3 million over.
Mm-hmm.
Stop saying Josh Allen is why you have to make sacrifices. You don't. You have to make sacrifices because of most of your other contracts. Matthew Stafford's cap hit is 47. Lamar's is 43. Geno Smith's is 40 this season. Allen's contract being big, but also Allen being amazing and able to stretch it out over another decade means you have more flexibility. Justin Herbert's cap hit this year is 37. Josh Allen's is 36. Like, it's just not a thing. If you're out there thinking, well, we can't have good players because we have Josh, that's not real. That's not correct. Allen's cap hit next year is 56. Will they restructure?
Yes, definitely.
Sure, maybe. Tua's is 56.
Mm-hmm.
Dax is 74. Mahomes is 78, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll restructure it and get more money, and he'll come in under 14 different guys.
Because those other teams are going to do the same thing with their guys, and they're at a higher starting point.
But the major difference is, and this is like in the weeds of the cap, they can continue to restructure because they know he's amazing.
Right.
And he'll keep playing for them, and they actually won't have to pay a dead cap until he retires. As opposed to Tua, whose cap hit this year is 56, and they want to cut him.
Yeah, you're not going to restructure that.
No. You want to decide, we take a Deshaun Watson's cap hit next season.
Oh, what is it at?
80.
Yeah, wow.
And again,
I think they're just on the hook for that.
It's just Allen is an endless advantage, and that's on the cap too, even though you pay him big money. So that's it. Don't buy. You have to make sacrifices for him. You're making sacrifices because you've paid big money to guys that don't contribute as much.
Right.
with that success. But what is success? Is success being in the playoffs 7 years in a row with no Super Bowl appearance?
The Bills front office addressed the media yesterday following the head coach Sean McDermott's firing earlier this week. In case you missed it, you can find it on demand in its entirety at WGR550.com. The coaching search is underway, and so are the interviews at One Bills Drive. Joe Brady has completed an interview with the Bills. He'll be interviewing for the second time in person with Baltimore later today, per Adam Schefter. And today, the Bills will host Brian Daboll and Lou Anarumo for their respective interviews as well. Some other names being reported: Anthony Lynn, Grant Ubinski, Anthony Weaver. We'll keep you up to date as more names get reported as well. The Sabres and Josh Doan agree to a 7-year contract, $6.95 million per year. Josh Doan's contract includes a $3.5 million signing bonus next year, makes him the only Sabres player on a standard level deal that does include a signing bonus. They're back in action tonight against Montreal for a big game on the road with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Chiefs agreed to terms with Eric Bieniemy as their offensive coordinator, so a return there for him. The Vikings signed defensive coordinator Brian Flores to a contract extension unless he gets a head coaching job, and the Steelers completed an interview with former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching vacancy. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sean McDermott deserved better. I think, too, it sounded, and Mr. Pegula said this, that, like, they lost the game, and that's what made the decision. And he kind of, throughout the press conference, pointed to other moments. But, like, we're holding hostage the future of the football team on a play, because they lose the game on a play. Whatever play you want to point to, that being the reason they lose the game. And so it's a disastrous situation when the owner implies for a moment that they decided to fire the head coach, a great one, because they lost that game rather than the culmination. And again, I think he goes into that over the course of the press conference, the culmination of years on years on years. I think that's justified. But to sit there at one point and say, well, because we lost that game, whew, that's a lot.
Dan Orlovsky. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I just got a text in my text thread, one of my group threads. I've got a couple fantasy football group threads, and I'll mention this. You got to be careful for any NFL account that has a blue check mark and says reports indicate, and then click, and it's got like 38 followers.
Yes.
Like the one I just got. No, we do not have Josh Allen has been stunned and is wanting a change of scenery. That is not something that is being reported anywhere. I will say this. Jay Skursky yesterday did have Allen, he had a report about Allen and when he's expected to speak. I'll read it from you here. This is for you here. Source close to Josh Allen expresses appreciation for his 8 years with Sean McDermott with no hint about disagreeing. Allen, I'm told, has faith in the leadership of the team under Terry Pegula and Brandon Beane and will take an active role in participating in the upcoming head coaching interviews. So there you go. Yeah, you have that.
Yep.
And I kind of mentioned this to Sal, and this is where, if I may, like if you just like the football team, want to talk about first down and second down, that's fine. If you want to talk about the inner politics, the workings, like some people like to do that too. We're here for, all that stuff. Here are the levels of what Josh Allen and having a response to what happens would be. Number 1, speaks about it. Mm-hmm. Number 2, issues a statement. Yep. 3, Instagram post. Something about McDermott. Number 4, Allen directly tells a reporter, like Jay, like, I spoke to Josh Allen. He said this. The most we've got, Sean McDermott got fired. Mm-hmm. And the most we have is source close to Allen indicates he appreciates his time.
Right.
Like that, you don't get less than that. That's not even he said.
Other than if you got nothing.
Yeah. And this doesn't mean I'm disputing like Jay's source at all. It's just it's
the least you can do.
It is the least
to answer any questions about what, because really also it doesn't answer a question at all. Like I have no clue what he thinks about all this.
No. It's almost
at
like,
all.
And I'm sure that Allen and McDermott might have talked privately, but in terms of how Allen feels about it or what he thinks going forward. Like
Right.
he's totally entitled to take time away. You and I talked about it. Does he owe the fans anything? That's debatable. But source close to him indicates he's appreciative of his 8 years.
Yeah.
Like that's like the parking lot attendant.
I know.
Like
and I don't know that I want to include Josh in this, but the whole week has just been very dismissal to McDermott.
Yeah.
And I guess that is what's made this all way worse. It could have been handled a lot better, and I don't think that the venom that some fans have about it all would be the same. If, whether it's the statement or having to get bullied into putting out a thank you video and graphic, to even Allen not talking about it, the way that yesterday the press conference that, again, even that, I thought was very dismissal of the job that the head coach did over 9 years. Just not really. It really has sounded like he was one of the drought coaches. That's kind of been the attitude.
Yep.
And I thought at some point they had, I didn't think the idea that he should be the coach for Allen's whole career made any sense. Like, at some point they had to do it. But this is how you're going to handle it when you finally do it. I just think it's wrong, and I think he deserved better than that. Even if you believe he deserved to be fired, I think the exit deserved more respect than what's been given. And again, I don't think Allen is doing that in the same line of thinking. If he's doing it on purpose, him being silent about it and only just saying I'm appreciative of our 8 years together is supposed to come off that way, but it just kind of throw it in the bucket with no one is really over there celebrating the 9 years that McDermott did. It's all about just wasn't good enough. That's it. As if it was Rex.
Charlie in Buffalo. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you for taking my call. I first want to say I totally agree with Ryan Fitzpatrick. He hit one of the bullseyes to make this decision right on what he said. I think as far as Terry's decision to make a change here, he's seen this with his daughter falling in the ranks of tennis and her wanting to quit, okay? So what did they do? They got her own new coaching. She rapidly went up the ranks again. So he's seen this in a person, what he witnessed Saturday in the locker room. And I don't think it's any more than him making that decision. He's seen it before, okay? So now there's so much dust in the air. I don't think the front office, with all this dust, and they're all tied into this being in the emotions of what just happened, making and hitting all the targets to make this decision right. I think they should ask for some outside opinions, like Mike Shanahan or Joe Gibbs, okay? And my last statement, I think the NFL should let John Gruden out of the doghouse. I say it's 6 years, it's time served, get over it. I have to get over what we're talking about today. I got to get over Terry's decision. I got to get over Brandon staying. I got to get over Sean being kicked out like this, right? I got to get over everything. And I'm focusing every minute on who's out there because I want a coach that has tremendous gravity to attract a talented staff. And I think Ryan Fitzpatrick could help in this.
Well, maybe, Charlie, quick thing, a couple different things there. You brought up a lot.
I'm not interested in a coach who last time made the playoffs when Danny Briere was on the Buffalo Sabres.
Is that Joe Gibbs or Mike Shanahan?
That's actually John Gruden.
Oh, Gruden.
Yeah.
One funny thing about this, I'm not one to want to say because something hasn't happened, it won't happen. You heard it a lot. Guys, a coach and a quarterback together for 5 years, they never go to a Super Bowl after more than 5 years.
Yep.
And I don't know if anybody ever got that to Terry Pegula's ear. Maybe, maybe not. You could say that, and now it continues to be true. Add McDermott to the pile. How many coaches have won Super Bowls with two different teams? If you want a Super Bowl winning coach, how many coaches have won a Super Bowl with two different teams?
Ooh. Wow, I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Zero.
Oh, it's because it's zero?
It's zero.
I would have thought it was at least a couple.
Nope.
Nothing?
It's none.
All right.
Now, coaches have made the Super Bowl with 2 different teams. They've taken 2 teams to a Super Bowl.
Okay.
Parcells with the Giants, and then he made it with the Patriots.
Right.
Holmgren won with the Packers, made it with the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
Andy Reid made it with the Eagles, won it with the Chiefs.
But no one's ever won with 2 teams.
No.
So basically, if you're hiring, right, that would be the same. If you believe that the 5-year quarterback coach stat is something real, then you should also never want a Super Bowl winning coach to become your head coach.
You want someone that's lost one. That's what you got to find. Find somebody that's Super Bowl losing coaches.
Super Bowl losing coaches.
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
Kyle Shanahan.
That's a great answer. Kyle Shanahan or Zach Taylor or Dan Quinn.
Yep.
Ron Rivera.
Jim Harbaugh's taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that no one on their list so far is like that. That, like, a Gruden idea, and like, even without, like, the lawsuit stuff, just anybody. We had a Dungy call yesterday.
It is funny.
There have been Belichick takes out there, Tomlin, and McCarthy. Jeez, just any of these guys that won Super Bowls 15 years ago when 30 of the coaches in the NFL were different. 32 of the coaches were different. It's just such a non-starter for me, and I'm glad that there isn't a single person on their list right now.
Yet.
That,
you get
not
better say yet.
But there's not a single person right now that fits that qualification. I guess the only one that you would think is realistic that they would interview would be McCarthy. Right. He's the only one really in play at any other job at the moment because it doesn't sound like Tomlin's going to coach.
John Gruden's career record.
John Gruden's?
What is it? Career record.
I mean, I know he hasn't had a winning season in like 20 years. How
many games over 500 in his career?
I'll guess like 15 games over 500.
5.
In a lot of years, right?
Yes, he coached 15 years. Yeah. He made the playoffs 5 times.
Yeah, just.
Now, did he have
He's a bigger name than he is a good coach.
It all comes down to whether or not you believe winning the Super Bowl is not a sequence of events going the right way for you. You are good. You have a good coach. Like, if the Patriots win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
People will say it's one of the luckiest ones ever. Soft schedule, home game. Who'd they have to beat? They beat a Chargers team without an offensive line. They beat a Texans team with a quarterback that turned it over 1,000,000 times and without their best receiver. And then they played a backup quarterback in the AFC Championship game, and then they beat Sam Darnold, if that's what ultimately happens. Mm-hmm. People will say that's luck, but that'll mean Vrabel got one. And now Vrabel will be the kind of guy that can win a Super Bowl. You know, like...
Right.
Treat it like major winners in golf. Is every major winner better than a guy that hasn't won a major? Well, he's won a major. That's right. He has. He has that trophy. He has that jacket. This guy's got guy's got a ton more wins, and everything points to he's a better golfer.
Right, but that's like you won a major against name Jeff Ogilvy. Like golfers that have been retired for 10 years. Like a guy like Gruden. I don't think many people think that's a real good idea. Like he won a Super Bowl. Great. He won a Super Bowl when he was going up against Dick Vermeil and Jeff Fisher and Dave Wanstead as a head coach and Steve Spurrier. These were coaches in the league. Like, that's not who you're going up against anymore.
No, you're probably looking for somebody with experience. And, like, to Charlie's point, like...
And recent experience.
I thought Fitz's point about someone that's going to push Josh and has experience and Brandon Beane looking for a guy that's a CEO. I'm same. Like, the greatest example ever, and again, like any of these, they're all anecdotal. The Patriots hire Bill Belichick. What was his record? Not impressive.
Wasn't good before.
Not impressive. Turns out he's the best ever. So, we won't know if they get it right until we start to see the product on the field.
And how, maybe there isn't maybe this guy out there. Like, I wonder what they would have thought of Vrabel if Vrabel was still out there. Let's say it went better with Gerard Mayo. And, like, New England won 8 games last year. Like he stuck around.
If Vrabel were on the market right now.
Yeah, right. Let's say Vrabel never got to New England because it worked out with Mayo, and he's available. Is that the type of coach they're going for? Because that is the ultimate CEO type.
Yep.
That is a good professional coach. He's going to challenge your players while not being a dictator at the same time. But you might have a question then about Well, my GM is now president of football operations, and if he's going to be reporting to the general manager, Vrabel's a pretty big,
powerful guy,
powerful personality. There was a run-in with the GM in Tennessee when they traded Brown, and he didn't want to.
He lost.
And Vrabel won that. The GM got fired.
Yeah, right.
The GM got
fired.
The GM
got fired. Vrabel lost the actual personnel battle.
But that's what I mean.
And then
like,
the GM got fired.
If that guy was even out there, would that be the type they'd be willing to bring in, or would they not? Because, again, that's kind of like on the same level as Bean,
like
rather than a coach that would report to him.
Well, the good news for that is there aren't any candidates that's
what I mean.
Are that
Tomlin?
Like, Bean doesn't have any sort of
Tomlin's the only one.
Right. No question to answer. John Harbaugh. If John Harbaugh still was available.
There you go.
And he interviewed, and the Bills said, like, it's not going to work out because Bean wouldn't want to give up power to Harbaugh the way that Joe Shane basically just did.
Right, because Harbaugh has final say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Harbaugh has final say, and Joe Shane's out here saying, like, it doesn't really count, though.
Yeah, I don't think they would have done that.
Like, would they have hired a guy that could have more power than... Because
I don't think so.
And worth asking, just kind of, would Terry Pegula view a candidate as trying to make a power play? He says, if I sense you're making a power play, you're out. Does that mean once you're already on the staff? Or does that mean, listen, if I want the... Liam Cohen comes in and tells the Jags, you got to get rid of your GM. And Shad Khan says, okay,
fine.
I'll do it.
And here, what Terry said yesterday would imply that he would not.
Right. And I mean, Liam Cohen doesn't rank to the Bills the way that they did to the Jaguars, but Shad Khan took Liam Cohen, an offensive coordinator, no coaching experience, and said, like, okay, I will fire my GM because you think I should.
What if Shanahan told him?
Is there
someone out there that they would be willing to do it for?
I know what I would say.
The Niners say, yeah, we're not. We're Lynch and him, we're done. Lynch is going to stay. We're going to trade him. And his requirement is, I need final say. I'll come coach the Bills. You got to make the trade work. I'll come coach the Bills, but I need final say on roster decisions. Do they do it?
No, probably not. No, definitely not. I mean, Bean's got the ear of the owner. Speaking of the Niners, John Lynch said that Brandon Ayuk has played his last game for the Niners.
Yep. All right.
I'll give you 2 thoughts on this. 1, I will not campaign for the Bills to sign Brandon Ayuk because I don't know what's going on there. What happened? He's voiding tens of millions of... He's coming off an injury.
Yep.
So I will not campaign for the Bills to do it.
It's still interesting.
However, whatever team, if anybody does, get him in their building and healthy and like playing football like he was, that dude is a force of nature.
Mm-hmm.
If the Bills want to make that gamble, I will not be mad about it. But I will not campaign for it.
You like it better than Brian Thomas? Because I think he's getting traded too.
Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas is...
You can have one of the two.
You have 2 years left on a rookie deal.
2 years of a rookie deal. He didn't have a great year. He's younger. He doesn't have the injury problems. Ayuk is provably better when healthy.
Provably great. I mean, Ayuk is I think a top 5 receiver in the league if he's healthy and his head's on straight. And I don't know how healthy he is and how straight his head is.
You can have one, Ayuk or Thomas.
I'd probably go Thomas because he's playing football.
Right.
I just don't know what to do with Ayuk. I know he's great though, and when
he's been an All-Pro,
he has been an All-Pro,
second team All-Pro, but
he has had one of the best receiving seasons of all time. He's the Minnesota Diggs. Just if somebody had gotten him out of there and given him the ball a ton, he'd be thought of as one of the top 3 receivers in football. But he got hurt instead, and he also had a bunch of drops. The contract dragged out. Everything in San Francisco got ugly with that, so that's why I'm not campaigning for it. Just like, let it just sit out there. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Paul Hamilton, we're going to try and track him down, get the latest on the Josh Doan contract extension, and also your phone calls. 803-0550 here on WGR.
He can't possibly be on the team again next year, right? With all this. That was enough yesterday on top of everything that happened during the season. Like what should the odds be that he's on the team to start training camp?
Well, you have to trade him, and you have to find a taker.
Right, and yesterday might have harmed that.
Maybe you trade him for a low draft pick. The team taking him on. I saw Mike Giannetti of Spot Track posting out what a team would take on. Not a big salary, so the Bills would save, I think, $2 million to do it, and they could, they need to get some space. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It is like the draft process. It is so kind of funny because those videos of Bean, many people pointed out that doesn't mean necessarily that they loved him. There's a video of Bean saying, when I went to bed that night, it was Keon, unless someone blew us away with an offer, but I thought we were going to take Keon Coleman. Mm-hmm. And many people pointed out, he probably said that because the coaching staff liked him. And, of course, the coaching staff. Who's the coaching staff? Mm-hmm. Does Sean McDermott scout receivers? Does Sean McDermott tell him which receiver to take? Or does Sean McDermott say, I want a receiver? Mm-hmm. I want to make sure we get Josh a weapon. What if it was just that? If it's just simply – and that's why any idea of, how it wasn't his pick, and he later jumped in and said, no, that was my pick. Of course it's collaborative. It's supposed to be. You're supposed to have 10 scouts, and then you get to a point on the board, and 6 of them say this guy, and 4 of them say this guy, and you make a call. Mm-hmm. But it's not I don't know, I just don't think you have too many scenarios where it's all that controversial who you take. It's one of 5 guys, and they take Coleman. And Bean goes on to tell us that's who Josh wanted. Right. So whatever reason they took him, I don't think it does anything to make it look any less bad. The worst part of it now is, of course, revealing that he wasn't highest on your board.
The Bills front office addressed the media yesterday following head coach Sean McDermott's firing earlier this week. In case you missed it, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. The coaching search is underway, and so are the interviews at One Bills Drive. Joe Brady completed an interview with the Bills. He'll be interviewing for the second time with Baltimore later today in person, per Adam Schefter. The Bills will host Lou Anarumo, Brian Dable for their respective interviews. Some other names being reported: Anthony Lynn, Grant Ubinski, Anthony Weaver, and we'll keep you up to date as more names get reported as well. The Sabres and Josh Doan agree to a 7-year deal, $6.95 million per year. Josh Doan's contract includes a $3.5 million signing bonus next year, and it makes him the only Sabres player on a standard-level deal that has a signing bonus. They're back in action tonight against Montreal on the road for a big game with puck drop set for 7 o'clock, and you'll be able to catch all the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Chiefs agreed to terms with Eric Bieniemy to bring him back as their offensive coordinator. The Vikings signed defensive coordinator Brian Flores to a contract extension unless he gets a head coaching job. And NFL insider Jacina Anderson reports the Ravens completed a second interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The starting quarterback will be part of the team to help select a new coach. He's going to be working with us. And anything else, his feelings, I want to keep that private. I don't want this in Josh's head. This was my decision. And I know I didn't answer your question, but I did, I hope, in a roundabout way. It's, his personal opinion.
Terry Pagula from yesterday. Championship Sunday. Which game's first? AFC.
AFC
Broncos,
first, 3 o'clock.
Patriots.
Yep.
How much of not wanting the Patriots to win, let's do a little pie here, is not wanting the Patriots to win for Bills Mafia out there? And how much of is Diggs? Will you be upset if Diggs makes a Super Bowl?
Depends on the person, because I don't care about Diggs making the Super Bowl. So it's all New England for me.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess, though, like, what do I hate on New England? I hate the logo. I hate Kraft still. Right? Like, Kraft will get me there.
Yeah.
Vrabel's not a big enough villain for me personally yet. Maybe he should be, though, because the Titans drove me nuts. I guess I just have too much respect for Vrabel to really hate him.
Can I give you
but that can change. He says one more dumb thing, and I might
twisted theory, like, what would you think about a Super Bowl involving Jarrett Stidham?
I know, like,
wouldn't that be
that's the thing
bad? Shouldn't we all
sure it would be
shouldn't
terrible.
we all accept New England making it in the interest that someone then beats them there?
Yeah.
As opposed to my Super Bowl is Sam Darnold and Jarrett Stidham.
I know, and like the idea that Seattle would just pummel them because what is Jarrett Stidham going to do to any great defense?
Also, do you think Seattle will win? The Rams should have beat them in the last meeting in Seattle. They were in firm control of the game.
Right.
And then a punt return touchdown and the goofiest 2-point conversion you've ever seen in your life. Like, the game was weird. Really weird.
It would be. I guess it depends how it. Does it depend how it looks against New England? I can't imagine Stidham doing anything on Sunday that would make me think, oh, they could beat Seattle.
If New England were to win the Super Bowl, we'll get back to your calls. What other singular sports season is viewed? Granted, like flags fly forever, is viewed as. But come on. The Eagles almost had that. They went to the Super Bowl because they won an NFC Championship game against not a backup, but a third-string guy and a quarterback with an arm injury that he couldn't throw a football.
Second half, they didn't play quarterback.
Yes. They won an NFC Championship game like that. They lost that Super Bowl.
And they played Daniel Jones the week before that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the.
But then they played the Chiefs.
And they lost.
Which may. No, they won that one, right? No, they lost.
They lost.
Yeah. So that would have made up for it, I think, a little bit anyway, because they would have beaten Kansas City. If New England does it, it'll be the same thing, right? Like, their path might look easy because, the Chargers had no linemen, and then they beat Jarrett Stidham, and they beat a Texans offense with the worst quarterback performance you've ever seen. They did that.
I do think
it wouldn't be as bad.
I do think they forced a lot of that, though. Like,
they did.
When the Bills played them, they did not have Milton Williams, and he's a major piece of that defense.
He was in Stroud's face all day.
Yep.
So
he leads their run defense, so... New England...
Yeah, if they won the Super Bowl, I wouldn't do that a lot. I think the regular season, you could definitely do that. But if they beat those three teams, I'm not going to do a lot with it. But if then they beat the Rams or the Seahawks, like, that'll be impressive enough for me. So I won't want to throw it away or anything of the sort. It's going to feel like... Will it be even more embarrassing on the Bills? Like, I don't know. I don't know what it will feel like if New England does it, because it's not Belichick and Brady. If they've leapfrogged you to that extent, and now Drake May has a Super Bowl, yeah, that's going to feel very weird.
How about the Bills side of it? Root for New England because you want them to talk to Davis Webb. Root for the Rams because you want them to get in Clint Kubiak. Otherwise, you really might. If the Seahawks win, and their offense has been good, and Darnold's been really good for the most part, except against the Rams, and except against Detroit last year, he was a disaster in that game too.
Yep.
If Seattle wins, do they have a coach before Clint Kubiak even would be able to be interviewed? Is it the timing didn't work out and we didn't get to talk to that guy? I told you the person that alerted me to the McDermott firing before it happened told me that Kubiak was the top name on their list, and they cannot talk to him yet.
I don't think they would hire, if that's true, I don't think they would hire someone without talking to the guy they had top on their list.
Lucas in Rochester. Lucas, good morning.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So I just want to preface, I hope that they go offensive-minded head coach. I would love Clint Kubiak. I don't know how much ties he has to the organization. I read something, maybe he has overlap with Terrence Gray, the assistant GM, whatever type of connection that is. But I wonder if the ownership and being in all his assistants can talk themselves into, like, we have Josh Allen. We can score 30 points a game with Josh Allen. Let's get a defensive-minded head coach that can really fortify the defense, get us the stops in the playoffs, even though they did the last couple of years, and it actually was on the offense that made the problem. But I was thinking, you guys think that would be a mistake to go defensive side of the ball instead of supporting Josh with an offensive mind? Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Lucas.
I do think it would be a mistake, personally. I think they have an opportunity here, and to not have to go through the cycle of one coordinator to the next. Is this guy good at it? We got to find out. We take 2 years to figure that out. Then you fire him, or he's really good and he leaves. And just, I think ending that wheel is an opportunity here that they should take.
The flip side of that, if I was to try to make the case to the other, is that with McDermott, I had always hoped, and if I've got a great defensive coach, I should be able to not spend as much over there and get better results, which McDermott, by the way, we thought did this year, right? If I've got a great defensive coach, then I don't need to go trade 2 firsts for this guy and spend an endless amount of draft capital on the defensive line, which the Bills have done and never gotten results for it. Now, is that because of McDermott's scheme on the defensive line, or is it because they don't get the right picks on the defensive line? So the only case I would make for the defensive coach is they hire Anarumo, and he's like, all right, great. Be the Eagles. What are the Eagles? Pay everybody to have the best offense possible, and just draft defense. Young, athletic, fast defense. How many big contracts the Eagles have on their defense? Is it 1?
Yeah, it's not many.
They don't pay on their defense. They let guys walk, and they just keep slotting guys in. Now, maybe some of their defensive linemen they will sign to big deals, but that'd be my case to make for the defensive coach. I wouldn't do it. I'd go offense as well.
Well, the Eagles are even. I don't think the Bills would be this point because I think the quarterback is so much better. But the Eagles do that on offense, but they don't have the right play caller.
Right.
And in these years where they haven't, their quarterback can't make up for it the same way Allen can. But you see, like, they've got elite talent all over the offense, but their play caller stinks. So what happens on offense? It's terrible.
Yeah. Joe in Orchard Park. Hey, Joe.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Good.
I got 2 things for you. I wanted to ask one. I'm a little younger, so when I was first starting watching the Bills, I wasn't too into it when the new coaching came in, when Sean McDermott came in. So I wasn't as into it as I am now. I wanted to ask, do you guys think that it might be worth it to wait for Kubiak and kind of just interview how we are now and wait, see what happens? Is it worth taking that risk of not signing him now, or signing a guy now and waiting for him? That's my one question. My other thing I wanted to touch on, I think why Josh maybe hasn't said too much or really hasn't said anything at all right now. Pagula really touched on how after the Broncos game, that's kind of when he made his final decision, or that's when it came into his mind of, this is the reason I'm firing Sean. I almost feel like Josh is quiet because, like he said in his post-game interview, he feels like that loss is on him. So maybe in a way he feels like he's taking responsibility for McDermott getting fired, which could also be like a reason Pagula also said Josh's opinion is private, don't want to let this get in his head because, like I said, he might be feeling like it's on him that McDermott got fired.
Thanks, Joe. The only thing I'd say is, what would the owner say if Josh said, don't do it? And he said, I'm doing it. What would the owner say when asked, what were Josh's feelings on this? He would say exactly what he said. I'll keep his feelings private. I don't want this getting in his head.
Yep.
If Josh said, I don't think you should fire him. The $10 million question that we didn't get to yesterday at the press conference, in part because there were two men up there and it was a little bit disjointed. Brandon, what did you think when Terry told you he'd made this decision? That answer would have been very valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Were you shocked? Did you think it came out of nowhere?
Mm-hmm.
That it had reached this? What was your immediate response? Okay, I'll get to work. Or, oh, are you sure? He did a great job this year. What did you say? That part of the story, you know what? We'll probably never find it out because it'll be so far down the road. And now we'll get to the next time we hear from the GM, the coach is hired. And now we're talking about.
And maybe the next time we hear from the quarterback, the coach is hired.
Right. And they'll just we're going to talk about the future. You know, that's in the past now.
On Kubiak, I haven't decided how I feel about whether he's worth waiting for. Is he such a good candidate that it's worth waiting for? I don't really know what to make of him. Like, this year was so good in Seattle, but his resume is tough to figure out for me. And how much do I want to factor in that his previous 2 seasons as coordinator in stops that it did not go well, including in New Orleans the year prior? Who is his guy? He had 1 year in San Francisco. Does that make him a Shanahan guy? He had 1 year with Stefanski. Does that make him on that tree? He grew up under Bill Musgrave and his dad in the league. So is he a Gary Kubiak, Bill Musgrave guy? I don't know. Talking to someone from there that knows about him or one of his other stops, I think would be valuable. Because I've watched some of Seattle this year, and they look super impressive. But, has that guy ever been a name to think about for this before this season? And again, I don't know what his, ideology is on offense, because I don't really know if he should count as, a Shanahan guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a tough time with him. I think he's a good candidate, but, if you told me right now, you can wait for Kubiak, but you're going to lose Grant Nudinsky. That, he's gonna take a different job. Then,
which he probably won't. He'll probably just stay with the Jags.
Has he interviewed with Baltimore?
Yeah, I feel like this is his first run of interviews.
That's right.
If I was just going with the cadence of guys getting jobs, I'd be surprised if he got any job this time. I think next year he gets a job.
He's the only one that I'm starting to get really intrigued with, where I would say, okay, maybe you don't wait for Kubiak, you hire him. Anybody else I think is going to be there waiting for you. Other than maybe Baltimore. If Baltimore tells one of the Bills candidates, you can have the Baltimore job right now, you're probably not getting that guy.
Davis,
but
Davis
is someone running if I wait for Buffalo, I got to tell Cleveland today. Cleveland wants to know. Some of those jobs I don't think rate enough. I think you should have your pick of the litter even if you want to wait for Kubiak. And that's if he makes a Super Bowl.
If he makes Super Bowl,
it could be again, Monday you could talk to him.
You're not even contacting him until February 9th.
Yeah, I mean,
Some
of these processes have been going on since the fall, though, right? I mean, I don't know if the Bills, that's been the case. Right, someone's got to have an idea of what his motivation is and what, even though they haven't interviewed the guy yet, I'm sure they have an opinion of him and that they would know what his interest level would be.
League circles, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Someone talks to someone who talks to someone.
All right. We get a break in. More of your phone calls. We're going to do, we got the pick of the week. We got Shots of Audio, our Thursday segment for the best sound around the sports world. Maybe some involving this Bills news. You can stick with us. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Pick of the week coming up.
I mean, the point there really, though, is to lead you to where are all the great players. Yesterday it was said, great roster, good coaching.
It's not a great roster.
So where are all the great players? And you can just pick on the draft if you want for that, but you don't have to limit it to that. You can go to free agency.
Yeah.
You can go to all their free agent decisions and trade decisions. And I think the point remains the same. Where are all the great players for this quote-unquote great roster?
Yeah. Mike Shope asked the question about that great roster yesterday. He said, who's their fourth best player?
Because you go Allen, Allen, Cook, and Dawkins?
I guess you might go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins. You
As
might
your
go
top three, and your fourth is what? I mean, right now it's probably Cole Bishop.
Okay. No, maybe Benford?
Right, maybe. But these are guys that make half of what the top players of their position in the league make. Benford makes $17 million a year, and the guys like Pat Surtain make $30.
Right. And
actually more than that. I think it's above 30.
The Super Bowl champions of last year have like 7 guys on that list. And the Chiefs, who had a dynasty, they've fallen off in part because one of their all-time great players has drifted off in Travis Kelce and Chris Jones, for that matter, too.
Right, and even that example, if there's a perception I need this all-star team around Josh Allen. You don't need to know. Give me one guy.
You need like
one guy who is definitively as the best player at what he does in the National Football League.
Yeah.
And I know James Cook led the league in rushing, but even that, he's better than Bijan Robinson.
No.
He's great, and he might be top 5 at his position in the league.
He's great to have.
But where's my Surtain? Where's my Bijan? I don't want to make it about running back. Where's my Jefferson? Where's my Chase? Where's my, where's my Myles Garrett, right? Where's a guy on the team other than Allen that is the best player in the league? And they are tough to get, but when you have 7 years to find one of them, you should be able to land, you should be able to luck into one guy like that.
And that's where yesterday I saw we clipped me getting after being a little bit for saying when you have a quarterback like Josh, you're paying Josh, you have to make sacrifices. And that bothers me so much that he says that because it makes people think it's Josh's fault. In reality, it's the fault of all the guys in the middle you're signing instead. Josh is not preventing you from having Micah Parsons. They have Jordan Love and Micah Parsons. Why couldn't you trade for Micah Parsons? Because you have too many contracts in the middle. Because you have too many guys you're like, he's good enough. He can stay here for a while. He can make $14 million as a tight end that we don't throw to. Yep. There have been a lot of decisions along the way to fill the roster with middle stuff, and that's what's actually stopped you from having high-priced players.
He can't possibly be on the team again next year, right? With all this. That was enough yesterday on top of everything that happened during the season. What should the odds be that he's on the team to start training camp?
Well, you have to trade him, and you have to find a taker.
Right, and yesterday might have harmed that.
Maybe you trade him for a draft pick. The team taking him on. I saw Mike Giannetti of Spot Track posting out what a team would take on. Not a big salary, so the Bills would save, I think, $2 million to do it, and they could, they need to get some space. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It is the draft process. It is so kind of funny because those videos of Bean, many people pointed out that doesn't mean necessarily that they loved him. There's a video of Bean saying, when I went to bed that night, it was Keon. Unless someone blew us away with an offer, but I thought we were going to take Keon Coleman. Mm-hmm. And many people pointed out, he probably said that because the coaching staff liked him. And, of course, the coaching staff. Who's the coaching staff? Mm-hmm. Does Sean McDermott scout receivers? Does Sean McDermott tell him which receiver to take? Or does Sean McDermott say, I want a receiver? Mm-hmm. I want to make sure we get Josh a weapon. What if it was just that? If it's just simply – and that's why any idea of, how it wasn't his pick, and he later jumped in and said, no, that was my pick. Of course it's collaborative. It's supposed to be. You're supposed to have 10 scouts, and then you get to a point on the board, and 6 of them say this guy, and 4 of them say this guy, and you make a call. Mm-hmm. But it's not I don't know. I just don't think you have too many scenarios where it's all that controversial who you take. It's one of 5 guys, and they take Coleman. And Bean goes on to tell us that's who Josh wanted. Right. So whatever reason they took him, I don't think it does anything to make it look any less bad. The worst part of it now is, of course, revealing that he wasn't highest on your board.
Rex Ryan says the Bills should hire Bill Belichick. He's my guy because Belichick knows the division and would love to beat Robert Kraft. 3 things that would worry me. So number 1 is you have to keep Belichick away from pro personnel. He thinks he's good at it. He's awful at it. Number 2 is old defensive coaches. They don't age as well. Creative people age better than brute force. And the other thing is, there's no new guys in his circle. He hires retread. He doesn't want a new young set of eyes unless the last name is Belichick. It's one of his kids. I know that sounds brutal, but go look at his New England hires. He hires guys that have failed elsewhere.
Yeah, it really was an insular kind of thing there with Belichick. It's Colin Cowherd. What does the number 19,024 mean to you?
Nothing. I don't know. The Roaring 20s.
If I wait a little bit,
1924.
It might be 19,070, which would be the arena capacity. 19,070.
Oh, that's the arena?
Yep. Yeah. But 19,024. I'll just tell you. That's the number of verified signatures on the change.org petition to reinstate Sean McDermott to the Buffalo Bills.
I saw that floating around.
You signed it?
No, I didn't sign it.
Oh, you launched the page.
I did not launch the page either. I haven't, decided whether I'll sign it or not. I want to be number 20,000 maybe. Just waiting for that. What does the number have to get to before it becomes like a real
30 billion
national news?
30 billion? 30 billion.
Well, that'd be the number for them to act on it.
Does it stipulate what happens afterwards? Like, does he just come back, or does someone else go, kind of thing? Or
just says reinstate him.
Yeah.
It'd be tough to have 30 billion people. There aren't even that many people.
But anyway, not even close.
No.
Did you know there is we talk about like the Super Bowl winning coaches and the veteran guys. It is funny to me, not that I like this name at all. There is someone that there's a name that just never pops up. Ever. Like, it's just totally forgotten. There's a 57-year-old Super Bowl winning offensive-minded head coach that doesn't have a job right now. You know what it is?
How old?
A 57-year-old Super Bowl winning offensive-minded head coach.
Doug Peterson?
Yeah. And just doesn't exist in any of these conversations at all. Is that because he just gets no credit for the Super Bowl? Is it because we all saw Jacksonville like, oh, this guy's actually not that good? He would never excite anybody. He's never grouped in with those conversations. He's won as many as Tomlin or Harbaugh, but just not in the same category. Or is it just the Eagles? I bet this will be Sirianni after he's on another job. Sirianni is not going to be you'll forget that he won a Super Bowl. He won't be lumped in with Super Bowl winning coaches. Nick Sirianni. I think it might be an Eagles thing more than it is anything else.
Who suggested to me, speaking of McDermott, what he will do is sit out a year? Did you suggest this?
No.
He'll sit out a year.
No, I thought he'll get a job.
And wait for Sirianni to get bounced, and he'll go coach the Eagles.
It's not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea.
Is that a better idea than... other than the Baltimore job right now, is he... If you're him, do you just take Cleveland? Let's say Cleveland wants you. You're just going to go coach the Browns?
No.
Or the Cardinals? One of these organizations, you got to totally turn it around?
Sean is from Philadelphia.
Oh, okay. I knew he coached there. I didn't know he was from there.
He went to high school there.
That's a good one.
Right? Wait a year. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
Look at this guy in my tunnel talking junk, winning 13-12.
Could the Eagles just do that now? Sirianni at the moment, the job that they even said at the press conference, biggest thing to do right now, they got to get an offense coordinator, and everyone is telling them no. McDaniel said, no thanks, I'm going to go to the Chargers. Brian Dable told them, no thanks, if I don't get the Bills job, I'll go to Tennessee. Zach Robinson, I had said my brother tweeting about this, he told the Eagles, no thanks, I'm going to go to Tampa. They can't get an OC to work for Sirianni. So, would they, with new information, be McDermott's available?
Well, listen, if you want to
see you, Nick.
If you want to dig really deeply into the soap opera of the NFL, not that decisions would be made based on this, but there are people that believe that the Bills and the Eagles front offices are not fans of one another. There were some that thought Bean got Darius Slay to get on the team, but also to stick it to the Eagles, and then wouldn't release him to stick it to the Eagles. And if you wanted to go in all the way on the tee, like, oh, you got rid of your head coach over there, huh? Mm-hmm. It would be so wild. And, like, of all the things, we haven't had it yet where the football team says goodbye to someone and then they win the Super Bowl. The hockey team, it's like 7 guys. Now it's Diggs wins it this year. McDermott wins it with the Eagles next year.
Oh, my goodness.
Not going to happen. I'm just saying, like, let's have a little fun with this. I'm not actually predicting these things.
Yeah.
If Owen clips this later and posts that, don't yell at me on the comments on Instagram.
Next year, the Super Bowl is Sean McDermott's Eagles against Joe Brady's Ravens.
No. Things will be fine. But, listen,
After New England's won the Super Bowl.
What would happen with narratives if a team fired a coach because he can't win the Super Bowl with them, and a team that has won Super Bowls is like, we got to get rid of our Super Bowl winning coach, and this guy I think is pretty good. That'd be wild.
Listen, they do bold things over there.
Yes, they do. I'm waiting for them to trade Hurts. That's the thing they should do.
It's one
of the things they should do.
They fired Peterson like 2 years after he won the Super Bowl. Like, they will do things like that, and man, like, is it that hard to sell to say that McDermott's a better head coach than Nick Sirianni is?
Sirianni's got a Super Bowl.
Okay. His roster was way better. And Howie Roseman probably knows that.
Hey, Sean, you looking for a good roster? There's the phone call. Boy. It would be crazy. Crazy. So anyway, he could sit out for a year, wait for a better job, and that Eagles job might not be that far away. 803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe, your phone calls rolling through. We've got shots of audio. We're going to check in on the chat, check in on the bullpen, see what's going on in there. A lot of craziness in the bullpen today. Having a good time here on WGR. Quick comment in the chat. I want to just bring something to light here. So, I say a lot. I wish they would stop saying that Allen's contract means they have to make sacrifices. And I suppose I'll explain that a little bit more because I don't fully understand the salary cap the way that I'm sure Brandon Beane does. Right? Like I wouldn't suggest that I do. But let's talk cap hit this year. Cap hits this year. Josh Allen's cap hit this year was $36 million.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew Stafford's is $47.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams are significantly under the cap going forward. $75 million under next year. The Bills are $3 million over.
Mm-hmm.
Stop saying Josh Allen is why you have to make sacrifices. You don't. You have to make sacrifices because of most of your other contracts. Matthew Stafford's cap hit is 47. Lamar's is 43. Geno Smith's is 40 this season. Allen's contract being big, but also Allen being amazing and able to stretch it out over another decade means you have more flexibility. Justin Herbert's cap hit this year is 37. Josh Allen's is 36. Like, it's just not a thing. If you're out there thinking, well, we can't have good players because we have Josh, that's not real. That's not correct. Allen's cap hit next year is 56. Will they restructure?
Yes, definitely.
Sure, maybe. Tua's is 56. Mm-hmm. Dak's is 74. Mahomes is 78, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll restructure it and get more money, and he'll come in under 14 different guys.
Because those other teams are going to do the same thing with their guys, and they're at a higher starting point.
But the major difference is, and this is like in the weeds of the cap, they can continue to restructure because they know he's amazing.
Right.
And he'll keep playing for them, and they actually won't have to pay a dead cap until he retires. As opposed to Tua, whose cap hit this year is 56, and they want to cut him.
Yeah, you're not going to restructure that.
No. You want to decide, are we take Deshaun Watson's cap hit next season?
Oh, what is it at?
80.
Yeah, wow.
And again,
I think they're just on the hook for that.
It's just Allen is an endless advantage, and that's on the cap too, even though you pay him big money. So that's it. Don't buy. You have to make sacrifices for him. You're making sacrifices because you've paid big money to guys that don't contribute as much.
Right. I mean, the point there really, though, is to lead you to where are all the great players. Yesterday it was said, great roster, good coaching.
It's not a great roster.
So where are all the great players? And you can just pick on the draft if you want for that, but you don't have to limit it to that. You can go to free agency.
Yeah.
You can go to all their free agent decisions and trade decisions. And I think the point remains the same. Where are all the great players for this quote-unquote great roster?
Yeah. Mike Shope asked the question about that great roster yesterday. He said, who's their fourth best player?
Because you go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins?
I guess you might go Allen, Cook, and Dawkins. You
As
might
your top three, and your fourth is what? I mean, right now it's probably Cole Bishop.
Okay. Maybe Benford?
Right, maybe. But these are guys that make half of what the top players of their position in the league make. Benford makes $17 million a year, and the guys like Pat Surtain make $30.
Right. And
actually more than that. I think it's above $30.
The Super Bowl champions of last year have like 7 guys on that list. And the Chiefs, who had a dynasty, they've fallen off in part because one of their all-time great players has drifted off in Travis Kelce and Chris Jones, for that matter, too.
Right, and even that example, if there's a perception I need this all-star team around Josh Allen. You don't need to know. Give me one guy.
You need like
one guy who is definitively as the best player at what he does in the National Football League.
Yeah.
And I know James Cook led the league in rushing, but even that, he's better than Bijan Robinson.
No.
He's great, and he might be top 5 at his position in the league.
He's great to have.
But where's my Surtain? Where's my Bijan? I don't want to make it about running back. Where's my Jefferson? Where's my Chase? Where's my, where's my Myles Garrett, right? Where's a guy on the team other than Allen that is the best player in the league? And they are tough to get, but when you have 7 years to find one of them, and you should be able to luck into one guy like that.
And that's where yesterday I saw we clipped me getting after Bean a little bit for saying when you have a quarterback like Josh, you're paying Josh, you have to make sacrifices. And that bothers me so much that he says that because it makes people think it's Josh's fault. In reality, it's the fault of all the guys in the middle you're signing instead. Josh is not preventing you from having Micah Parsons. They have Jordan Love and Micah Parsons. Why couldn't you trade for Micah Parsons? Because you have too many contracts in the middle. Because you have too many guys you're like, he's good enough. He can stay here for a while. He can make $14 million as a tight end that we don't throw to. Yep. There have been a lot of decisions along the way to fill the roster with middle stuff, and that's what's actually stopped you from having high-priced players.
The Bills front office addressed the media yesterday following head coach Sean McDermott's firing earlier this week. In case you missed it, you'll be able to find it on demand in its entirety on WGR550.com. The coaching search is underway, and so are the interviews at One Bills Drive. Joe Brady completed an interview with the Bills yesterday. He'll be interviewing for the second time with Baltimore in person later today, per Adam Schefter. And today, the Bills will host Brian Daboll and Lou Anarumo for their respective interviews as well. Some other names being reported: Anthony Lynn, Grant Ubinski, Anthony Weaver, and we'll keep you updated as more names get reported as well. Josh Allen named to be an MVP finalist along with Christian McCaffrey, Trevor Lawrence, Matt Stafford, and Drake May. The Sabres and Josh Doan agree to a 7-year deal, $6.95 million per year. Doan's contract includes $3.5 million in signing bonuses next year. That makes him the only Sabres player with a standard-level deal that has a signing bonus. They're back in action tonight against Montreal on the road with a big game. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all of the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the Vikings signed defensive coordinator Brian Flores to an extension unless he gets a head coaching job. The Chiefs agreed to terms with Eric Bieniemy for their offensive coordinator position, so a return there for him. NFL insider Josina Anderson reports the Ravens completed a second interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter. And Broncos head coach Sean Payton said quarterback Bo Nix's ankle surgery went well. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, shots of audio. Real quick before we do that, we're going to check in with the chat later, the bullpen, the YouTube chat. It's the bullpen's birthday.
Wow.
Today's the anniversary.
1 year?
For us.
1 year.
You guys been looking at our faces for a year.
First year.
You look at our faces for a year, we've aged 10. One quick point I wanted to bring up, that the bullpen, occasionally like a live comment will come through. And I want to try this point on, then we'll get to Joe Kelly and his shots of audio and more phone calls. In the chat, someone pointed out in the bullpen, there's a reason the Bills never get to the passer. The pass rush is never good, and it's Sean McDermott. To which I said, hey, remember Von Miller? Yeah. Von Miller showed up, had 8 sacks in 8 games.
Yep.
Tore his knee up. When he came, he had game-changing, fumble-forcing, drive-stopping, consistent dominance on the edge. I just think it's weird McDermott only let him be good at rushing the passer. That's all. All right, back to shots of audio.
All right. So
all the other ones, he's like, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Only Vaughn.
Only the one that's great at it will be great at it. All the other ones, AJ Epinesa should have like 20 sacks a year. He just doesn't because of McDermott.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
Plan.
That makes sense.
I mean, there might be some truth to like schemes, so the rotations, whatever. They never have double-digit guys, but I feel like talent might be an issue. Okay, Joe Kelly, shots of audio, brought to you by Outlet Liquor. What's your outlet?
All right, so we've got a couple here. We're going to start with one. We heard Gina from Delaware call in earlier this week, cut a wrestling promo pretty much. And some Rory Allen on Twitter, he made a little edit here. So
I know Rory. Rory, my buddy's down at Zoom Copy. Yeah, Rory's great. He made an edit on Twitter. I saw this. He turned Gina's call through AI into an Eminem song.
Yes, a 90s R&B-esque song. Here we go. We're going to hear it.
Most of all, Faith, I wish you well, Sean McDermott, because wherever you go, you will be a success. And I hope you win a Super Bowl. And to you, Brandon Beane, you better show up. You better show up because the wrong man got fired, in my opinion. You better show up. All my eyes are gonna be on you. You think you got in Terry Pegola's ear? You may have, but I don't have the rest of my life. I want a Super Bowl right now. So thank you, WGR. Go Sabres.
All right.
Brandon Beane, I'm watching you.
All right. All right. That's
featuring Gina.
That's something AI can do, apparently.
Yes.
Nice work from Rory.
Thank you, Gina, for the call. I mean, that was electric the other day. So, number 2, a frequent flyer at this point in the program. Mad Dog is back, ladies and gentlemen.
A consistent staple.
What has he got now?
It's incredible.
It's not a free guy.
Hold on. This is last week.
Could he be mad about?
Last week, this segment we do now on Thursdays, Joe Kelly, and he pulls up stuff that we might have missed, slipped through the cracks of the week, and plays audio for us. Last week it was Chris Russo trying to say Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yes.
And what did you have it still?
It's Igbibi Smith.
Igbibi Smith. He called him Igbibi Smith. That was his attempt to say Jackson Smith and Jigba. So here he is. He's back again?
Yes, he's back again, and with another mispronunciation. And this one is a little bit of a head-scratcher. Here we go.
But do you have confidence in Peyton getting the most out of the quarterback in this ball game here? Stick him in this game on Sunday afternoon against the Patriots. What's your take with that game?
He just can't get it right.
Stick him.
I feel like Stidham's pretty self-explanatory, so that one got me.
He was so intimidated by the name, too. Like, the quarterback there.
That quarterback.
Couldn't get there.
It's not that hard. Does that look like a hard name?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No.
It's not Stidham?
It's not Smith and Jigba.
Stidham? It would be like the worst you could do. Well, I guess not.
Not a bad nickname, though. Stick 'em up, Stidham. Stick 'em up, Stidham could be all right.
Stick 'em, Stidham, yeah.
Stick 'em up, Stidham.
All right, number 3. This one, a little bit of a personal tie to Buffalo here. Rumored head coach candidate, Davis Webb. But Jonathan Feliciano, former Bill, talking about him here.
Okay.
Pretty cool nickname.
For Davis Webb?
For Davis Webb. Here we go.
For as long as I've known Davis, I've never called him Davis. It's so weird for me to call him Davis. But, man, yeah, that's Dragon, man. Dragon is a hell of a coach.
I'm Brian. I'm Dale.
Dragon?
Call me Dragon.
Dragon is Davis Webb's name, apparently.
Dragon. Coach Dragon?
If this were like around the horn, I would make that little noise where I give points to Davis Webb. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Right.
Give him 3 points. His name is Dragon.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, here it is. The Giants, too. Yeah.
Does he have a tattoo of a dragon? If he doesn't, he should have one.
Absolutely.
It's kind of like his hockey. It'd be like your hockey locker room nickname. They don't really do that in football, though.
Mm-hmm. Your next head coach could be Dragon, though. It's crazy.
Why is Davis Webb known as Dragon?
That's
We've
what
gotta know.
I really want to know is why does Feliciano call him Dragon?
Where did Dragon originate here?
We're going to find out at some point.
I mean, we're going to have to.
Okay.
Davis Webb, who I believe started over Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech. Or maybe he lost the job to him. One of the two. They were teammates.
Okay, hold on. I'm at the New York Daily News. Dragon is Davis Webb. There's a podcast here. There's a great story. He used to play hockey. He scored 60 goals as a youth hockey player.
Okay.
His other nicknames are DJ or D-Webb.
Okay.
And he has a playlist for everything. They call him Dragon from the Ball Boys all the way up. Eli gave me the nickname. Eli Manning, apparently.
Mm-hmm. And Eli's quoted when asked about the origin, simply replied, quote, "It's a lifestyle." So I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a lifestyle. Oh, Lord.
The origin remains a mystery still.
Dragon.
He's Uh-oh.
I'm
going to immediately remove Davis Webb as a candidate in Joe's book.
Why?
Growing up, Davis Webb's family had Stars season tickets. Webb began skating at 4 years old, right around when the Stars won the 1999 Stanley Cup. This would be like Kevin Adams running your hockey team. You can't have a Stars fan, can you?
Fan is better
I'll
than
allow
player.
fan
More than player?
if he was on the Star. Right. If, Joe Neuendijk was a candidate to coach the Buffalo Bills, I would probably be against that.
How about this? Lindy Ruff has a relationship with Davis Webb. He might not know it. Through a family connection, he's been to dinner at Lindy Ruff's house when he was in Dallas.
Whoa.
Webb respectfully calls him Mr. Ruff and says, "I played Mr. Ruff in ping pong and pool. He's the best pool player I've ever seen. Billiards, he's the best pool player I've ever seen. But ping pong, I got him every time." Look at all the stuff there are Davis Webb connections.
That's big.
There are.
That we've uncovered something here.
And we learned that Lindy's a heck of a pool player. Remind me that
I've
on Tuesday
heard
if we have Lindy, or might have Josh Stone this week. We're going to try and get Josh Stone.
Lindy's quite the athlete from what I've heard all kinds of stories about Lindy doing some impressive feats. Golfing with from both sides. He's a good billiards player, I've heard.
That's right. He does both sides of golf.
Yeah.
All right.
Davis Webb, by the way, started over Baker Mayfield in 2013 at Texas Tech, and then over Patrick Mahomes in 2014.
Stud.
Legend. That's how he got the name Dragon.
There we go. That's it.
That's it.
3 shots this week.
Shots of audio.
No extras. It's okay.
Fernando Mendoza calling Tim Tebow Mr. Tebow twice nearly made the cut.
That almost did make the cut.
I can't believe their Mendoza clip didn't make it. There's too much. I mean, you can't really.
Yeah, it's hard to whittle that down, I think.
I also like this week Kurt Signetti saying, "What are you going to do? I'm going to go get a beer."
That was good, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like Kurt.
Yeah, he grew on me.
Like him a lot.
You know what Kurt Signetti's vibes are? Jokic.
Little bit.
Like,
yeah.
Like, big deal, I won.
Right.
All right, thanks. See you later. I'm going to get a beer.
Jokic to me seems a little more like I don't care about this sport even a little bit. And
if you-
Signetti is more like I care,
listen,
but like, I'm
Signetti-
just going to win.
No.
Signetti actually smiled after they won for
Yeah.
the first time.
No, and he was definitely happy. Jokic, right? Like if you've ever seen the he's on another level. If you ever see the comparisons to after he won the NBA championship to when he won, his horse won in Serbia. Like in the NBA, he gets what's it feel like to be a champion? That's good.
That's
His horse wins, and he's like crying on his knees.
That's like when
it's incredible.
That's like when on Instagram you post like, my husband when we got married, my husband holding a giant fish,
Right.
Big smile.
Or winning his fantasy championship,
right,
Or
yeah.
hitting a massive parlay, like we're gonna this weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna get back on the parlay train this week. That's
Yeah, I
right.
have to. What are we going to do for the summer? Golf parlays? What are we going to do?
Yes.
Good question.
I could be into that. We have the World Cup.
Yeah, yeah. Olympics.
Olympics and then World Cup. Yeah.
You bet on Olympics? You got to be able to bet on the Olympics, right?
Sure. Yes, definitely.
There's actually
You could bet on the hockey tournament, so I'm assuming you could bet on the other sports.
There you go. All right, we'll get some more calls in 803-0550, 1-888-552-550 on the firing of Sean McDermott. I'll recap something I said earlier in the show. I was so closed off to the idea I was so convinced it would never happen, that Terry Pegula they were too close, that it would never happen. And Pegula opened the presser talking about, how he appreciated Sean and his wife when Kim had her incident and went through the illness. And, I thought they were too close to ever really be, I don't say this in a derogatory way, like a real sports team that just fire a coach because, we're not going to get there. Firing a coach that's this good, it is talked about all the time. It is not often done. It's Marty Schottenheimer, it's Tony Dungy, and now it's Sean McDermott. Who else? Who else is on the list? It's not a long list. In hockey, it happens. In hockey, you'll fire a coach a month before the playoffs and then just bring a new coach in. That guy wins the cup. That has happened multiple times. But I just was so closed off to the idea, if I could go back in time, if I knew McDermott got fired after the 2025 season, I would go back to 2023 and 24 and be more aware of it as possible and start talking about Ben Johnson and talk about other candidates. And I don't say that just because Ben Johnson just had a great year. I would have been all about an offensive coach who gets the most out of Jared Goff, and they run it all over everybody and they throw it all over everybody and they change just the perception of a franchise. I would have been on board with all of you that called over the years and said, we need an offensive coach. I just thought it wasn't possible. So now that we are, looking at all the candidates in front of us, I am very much all right, it better be an offensive guy. And I'm really excited to see where it goes and what people have to say about these candidates.
It has happened. I have the list right here, coaches that were fired after winning a playoff game.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely is rare. It hadn't happened in 8 years. Mike Mularkey was the last one who had been fired. He got fired, and maybe a lot of
they finish 8 and 9 and make the playoffs with Arizona or something.
Yeah, and then they beat the Chiefs, which would have been the Alex Smith Chiefs in 2017, and he got
with the
that's
Jaguars.
The game Mariota caught a touchdown from himself.
Okay.
John Fox in 2014 got fired. You mentioned Schottenheimer. Steve Mariucci got fired after winning a playoff game. Tony Dungy. Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
Because he was him and Jerry Jones hated each other right after winning Super Bowls. So that's kind of the list, though. It's not. I count on two hands the amount of times it's ever happened that a coach was fired after winning a playoff game.
Do you think we're all kind of talking through too many issues of it? Mike Schopp said, the easiest answer is why did he get fired? They don't like him anymore. They don't get along anymore.
Right.
You could say a million things about playoff wall, this or that. You just don't like him anymore.
Right, because part of the playoff wall excuse for why you would fire him, you have to then answer why that doesn't apply to the other guy.
Right, the GM hit a playoff wall. Now, he's built my roster for 9 years, and it feels like he's only going to get it this good.
Right.
But, of course, the GM has convinced the owner that the roster is great. Of course, it needs upgrades, and it'll get those upgrades. Jake in Austin. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Hi there. Hi, fellas. Big fan of the show. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I just want to say I don't understand the petition for McDermott. I get it. I think this fan base is just so shell-shocked from the drought years that I don't understand the McDermott. I mean, we're talking the Jaguars' first playoff game when Andy Dalton got us in. He gave up almost 100 yards to Blake Bortles. Okay. Then we're talking Houston. You blow a 16-point lead. Then we're talking a blowout to the Chiefs, 13 seconds. We're talking 12 men on the field. How many times we watch coaching meltdowns in close games? Clock management in Miami. I understand 98 and 50.
If you want to do this, Jake, without even defending McDermott, if I could just Allen's never going to get it done. How about this interception? The time he fumbled here, he missed the open throw to Dawson Knox. You're talking about somebody that had a lot of success and a lot of very positive outcomes. And if you want to pick the 7 things that make you mad, you could do that with a lot of people. Can I do that with the GM? Yeah, sure, he drafted Josh Allen, but there's Kyer Elam and Boogie Basham and trading with the Chiefs. And, when someone's here for 9 years, I feel like you have to have 20 things that make you mad, no matter who they are.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. My only takeaway from this, though, is that 98 and 50, how skewed is that when you have a generational talent like Josh Allen? If he's sitting there with Tyrod Taylor or, insert Drew Bledsoe or JT Lockman.
With Tyrod Taylor,
really
with Tyrod Taylor, he did make a playoffs. He does have that.
Orton could have got that team to the playoffs.
Maybe Kyle
Orton.
Kyle Orton was on a team that didn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, they didn't have Andy Dalton to get them in.
Well, Andy Dalton didn't get them in.
Listen, they still won 9 games. I'm not saying that team was great, and they weren't going to do anything once they won if they had beaten the Jaguars, which, by the way, they allowed 10 points in. And then the Jaguars scored 45 the following week. So
I think you're working super hard to be like Blake Bortles ran for 88 yards in 2017.
There are absolutely reasons why you fire Sean McDermott after 9 years, but I just don't feel like we've heard a lot of them. Really, you should be looking at 13 seconds. If you were thinking, okay, this had to happen, the thing to focus on, don't go to the Jacksonville game. Don't even go to Denver, where they stopped them in overtime and got a bunch of drive stops in the second half. The thing to stare at is 13 seconds and say that's his legacy, which it will be a part of it.
Sure.
That's it. That's the one. It really should be almost all about that, because as I've been pointing out since they fired him, since that game, his defense has been getting the stops in the big moments. 2 touchdowns allowed on 10 drives in the fourth quarter and overtime of their playoff losses. That should be good enough. 2 touchdowns allowed on 10 drives. A lot of those games against Kansas City. It should just be about 13 seconds. He screwed it up. They should have won. Whether he took over the kickoff and made them kick it deep, or
vice versa, or
if play calling after and then playing soft coverage and just letting Kansas City walk into field goal range, that should be 95% of it.
And obviously, he should have called tails. I don't know what the call was. Should we know that?
I don't actually remember.
They lost the toss. What happens if they win the toss? Fickle game. This sport. Ryan in West Seneca. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, guys. First, shout out to James in Lancaster if he's listening. What if literally there was a behind-the-scenes ultimatum to coach 2 or 3 years ago between him and Terry and Brandon saying, listen, you don't get us to the Super Bowl by this year, no matter what, you're done. You're gone. If we don't get there, you're gone. Could that be a thing that could have happened that literally only 3 people know about? And secondly, after the basically scene from Step Brothers interview yesterday with Terry and Brandon, will that cloud the image of the Bills for future coaches being interviewed? That was kind of a cluster, you guys know. That interview shouldn't have happened. They needed almost a press secretary to speak for them. I just thought it was a train wreck of an interview. Go Bills. I'm going to listen.
Thanks, Ryan. I think it's just probably not that unusual for, I don't know, coaching candidates are going to meet the owners and, what's Arthur Blank like? Right. I don't know. He stands on the sidelines.
Yep.
He runs Home Depot, right? He owns Home Depot, and he's the coach of the Falcons. Is he weird? Is he a good communicator? I don't know. I don't know what those interviews are like. That's what Bean is there for. Did the job become less appealing? That was a takeaway from some of the national media. I saw Mike Greenberg said that. I saw a couple NFL people saying that. But, who do you got to convince? Got to convince Brian Daboll he wants it. A lot of these candidates will want this job. And I don't see a prime candidate that they can't get. If there were that, that'd be something. If John Harbaugh said no because of your situation, then, all right, then that's got merit. But it just feels like it kind of doesn't. 803-0550, the phone number. We'll check it on the bullpen. Happy birthday? Anniversary? One of them.
Birthday. I'll go with birthday. They were the bullpen was birthed a year ago.
Yeah, the chat and the YouTube feed. It's the anniversary of us meeting with them, our anniversary, birthday, whatever you want. We'll check on what's going on in the chat and get more of your phone calls here on WGR. I didn't think it would, and I mean ever, happen. I might have got on the radio in Jacksonville or Pittsburgh or wherever. Anywhere I went on for a preview, Carrington Harrison in Kansas City, he had me on before the Denver game maybe. And, hey, is McDermott's job on the line? And this is just a miss by me because I said 1,000 times it's not under consideration. Terry Pegula will never fire McDermott. I think in some station nationally, wherever, I refer to it as a Tomlin situation. Like, he's going to be here as long as he wants. And they keep having good seasons. So I never, ever, ever entertained it. And because I never entertained it, I never pushed for it. And I don't mean that to say I would have been pushing hard, but if I thought it was possible, then last year I probably would have been saying, hey, Ben Johnson is a good idea right now. You know?
Right.
Liam Cohen is a good idea right now. And I'm not sitting here to say, like, the Bills can't find a good candidate right now. But these other candidates would hit the market. Sean Payton. I used to think it was like a Sean Payton would be the only caliber of coach you would actually do it for. That they wouldn't ever do it until there was someone that was willing to take the job and like, all right, we got to move. This guy's won a Super Bowl. Like,
isn't that why we broached it like for a minute when Jim Harbaugh was looking to get back into the NFL?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Someone that actually has so much success. I remember you and I talking about it, and me saying, like, Harbaugh wins everywhere he goes.
Right.
But I don't know if the Pegulas would want to do that. So I almost kind of left the show myself open to dismissing so many ideas because I didn't think it was possible. Turns out it is possible. And now I'm thinking, like, oh, yeah, I mean, I would have had a lot of conversations about a lot of people along the way. So,
right.
I don't know what that does for us now, but
the only thing it does is it would almost be like, you know, okay, you picked, it's like, who could you have picked instead of Keon Coleman type of conversation?
Right.
Like, oh, I could have had Ladd McConkey. I could have had this guy. I could have had DK Metcalf a few years before that instead of whoever, right? Like, you could do that, and that would get, I think, very quickly to Ben Johnson, right, from a year before. And like, well, what if I had done this in a different year? What if Pegula had walked around the locker room, and if you believe that this is the sole reason why they did it, he said it yesterday, that he walked around a locker room that was devastated after one of the Kansas City losses and said, okay, I think I need to do this. And then they did it, and, oh, Ben Johnson was available. Or maybe it was the year that Harbaugh was available. Like, how many of the coaches that have been hired in the last 2 or 3 years would people feel regret that they didn't have a chance to get?
Yeah.
If this was coming anyway eventually. He can't possibly be on the team again next year, right? With all of this. That was enough yesterday on top of everything that happened during the season. Like, what should the odds be that he's on the team to start training camp?
Well, you have to trade him, and you have to find a taker.
Right, and yesterday might have harmed that.
Maybe you trade him for a draft pick. The team taking him on, I saw Mike Giannetti of Spot Track posting out what a team would take on. Not a big salary, so
right.
The Bills would save, I think, $2 million to do it, and they could, they need to get some space. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It is like the draft process. It is so kind of funny. Because those videos of Bean, many people pointed out, that doesn't mean necessarily that they loved him. There's a video of Bean saying, when I went to bed that night, it was Keon, unless someone blew us away with an offer, but I thought we were going to take Keon Coleman. Mm-hmm. And many people pointed out, like, yeah, he probably said that because the coaching staff liked him. And, of course, like, the coaching staff. Who's the coaching staff? Mm-hmm. Does Sean McDermott scout receivers? Does Sean McDermott tell him which receiver to take? Or does Sean McDermott say, I want a receiver. Mm-hmm. I want to make sure we get Josh a weapon. What if it was just that? If it's just simply, and that's why any idea of like how it wasn't his pick, and he later jumped in and said, no, that was my pick. Of course it's collaborative. It's supposed to be. You're supposed to have 10 scouts, and then you get to a point on the board, and 6 of them say this guy, and 4 of them say this guy, and you make a call. Mm-hmm. But it's not like, I don't know. I just don't think you have too many scenarios where it's all that controversial who you take. It's one of 5 guys. And they take Coleman. And Bean goes on to tell us that's who Josh wanted. Right. So whatever reason they took him, I don't think it does anything to make it look any less bad. The worst part of it now is, of course, like revealing that he wasn't highest on your board.
Give me one. You want one? I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something.
Quickly, before we get to the bullpen, be caller 5 right now. Win a pair of tickets to see or go to the Buffalo Auto Show. 716-2214-WGR, by the way, is the number. It'll be Thursday, January 29th, a week from today, through Sunday, February 1st at the Buffalo Convention Center, and you can visit buffaloautoshow.com for the complete schedule and tickets.
I don't want to go down this rabbit hole. I'm not going to do it. There's a person on Twitter, Andre Smith, who's a Bills linebacker on the 13 Seconds team, maybe.
Yeah, he was on the team. He was a backup linebacker, so he would have been active. He would have been on the team. He played 15 games that year. Played 27 games for the Bills over 2 years.
He tweeted yesterday that 13 Seconds wasn't McDermott's fault. He's finally ready to talk about it. He doesn't care. And basically, like, again, fine, whatever. What are we here for other than to do this?
Well, I wonder.
He writes, I don't care, and I don't care who knows. I'm not defending anybody or blaming anybody. Everybody involved is to blame, players included. Maybe I'm wrong about who called the last drive. Maybe I'm not. But the defense that was called in those 13 seconds was not a defense we practiced that week, and that is a fact. Whatever.
I don't know if more stories will get told about that day now that there's been a split. Sometimes that happens in sports, right? Like, now that you're no longer in a relationship, you will air some of the dirty laundry, but maybe that is McDermott's fault, so maybe that won't happen. Either way, the retrospect on that will happen forever until they win. And I don't know, will McDermott ever talk about it again now that he's not the Bills head coach?
No.
You don't think so?
No. What does he have to gain from it? Who could he possibly blame?
Well, things have been written saying that he took over a lot of things that had to, and if he doesn't think that's true, or if it is true, then he just wouldn't say anything.
I think he's a bigger person than to try and relitigate it.
That's probably right.
Who knows? Or just take ownership of it. Anyway, what's going on in the chat today? All right, let's get to it. We got, if you're on YouTube, you're watching us on YouTube, you stream us on YouTube, that's great. Thank you. Whether on your phone, your smart TV, wherever you're watching us. Hi, how are you? We've been discussing getting more props,
Yes.
Not quite costumes, but
close.
Props.
Costumes are on the table, though, down the road, I would say.
Sure.
Punishments for parlays. Seems like a good approach.
Dunce caps.
Agreed.
Clown noses. These things could
crowns.
These things could happen.
I'm all for props.
What's going on in the chat? Anything good today?
Well, I mean, this week has been
they're popping off. The comments are going so fast you can't.
Right. I do many things back here, and one of them is watching this chat, and it's been a nightmare this week. Just in terms of speed, it's not even really been that bad in terms of content, but just. I can't keep an eye on it.
You're like Neo reading The Matrix.
Yes. A lot of, I'll tell you, the number one word used in our bullpen this week has been admiral. Admiral. Lots of admiral.
Let me tell you. Yeah. The chat, the bullpen is good for that. It's like the all-time, whatever, it's a tweet from forever ago, but it was someone who wrote, "Be right back. Somebody misspelled something in the group chat and there's blood in the water." You misspell a word in your own group chat and no one lets you live it down for a year and a half.
Uh-huh.
You got one thing wrong. your name's changed as a contact.
Bills Mafia is the biggest group chat that's ever existed.
Right, and right now they're going after the Admiral.
Yeah. Just a lot of it's been pretty good in there. A lot of good debate about buy McDermott. I'm happy to see him go, or not happy to see him go, but I wanted him gone.
Yeah.
I love him. A pretty good split of what I think people are feeling about
rational thought,
the whole thing. I think it's been such an interesting week in this specific space of what are people feeling, because I think it's been weird for a lot of people, and I'm seeing a lot of that in here. So it makes sense.
803-0550 tonight. Montreal, big one tonight.
It is a very, very big game. That is a good team over there, and I'm not ready to start talking about playoff matchups yet, but third spot in the Atlantic could be tasty. You get a matchup with Detroit in the first round instead of Carolina or Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
There are, you would just sign up for playoffs at this point, obviously. But get up to one of those top 3 spots, get more of a comfort. And what continues to happen in the standings, you got more of this last night. Philly lost in overtime. Washington lost in regulation. Toronto lost in overtime. There's a bit of a gap that is developing between the wild card teams, and we were at a point where every team in the East was within 5 points.
Yeah.
And now you are 2 points up on Toronto, and then 4 points up at least on everybody else. So that gap is starting to grow. And you're finding that the Rangers are out of it, and Columbus is out of it, and Ottawa is probably going to be out of it here. Florida is losing games. You're seeing that gap start to be created in the East, and the Sabres are on the good side of it.
Josh Norris still out.
Yeah,
but it's not. It doesn't sound like it's gonna be that long.
Weird. They designated him as week to week, and then Lindy's talking about him coming back to skate this week.
It went day to day to week. So
I'm not sure what the timeline looks like there. I think maybe they don't entirely know based on how it's kind of all going. But if you Hellenis is awesome. All this it looks great.
You look great.
Good. Give him a couple more games and see what he can do, and then figure out what you got to do after that.
Lindy in post game also after the Nashville game.
Oh yeah.
Paul asked him about putting that line together, despite the fact that it's a 21-year-old, a 20-year-old, and a 19-year-old. And the first thing he said was, "Well, I think the world of Ostlund."
Yeah.
There's a trust level with him in winning battles down low, him defensively. First goal he gets. He's fighting in front of the net against a guy that's 5 inches bigger than him. He spins off him like he's a wide receiver, and he gets to the back door where the puck ends up. So that guy is playing center for you right now, and the coach said he thinks the world of him. So I know Norris is out, and Kulik is out, by the way.
Right.
But they've got enough center depth right now where unless 3 or 4 of them are out, I think they are fine. Right. Hellenis is a center, by the way.
Yes.
And he's not even playing that position at the moment. So I think Ostlund's a story. Him going back down to the fourth line or becoming a healthy scratch to me would just be insane.
I was just going to say, as Terry Pegula decided to fire Sean McDermott, I've reached my moment. Was it that with Kevin Adams? He wasn't really asked about it with Adams because we all thought it was long overdue.
Right.
Years overdue.
Right. Was Kevin Adams firing because they sent Ostlund down and Lindy was like, you have to fire this guy. Can't do that. You can't operate like this.
And I think
granted, they still have the 3 goalie thing.
Right.
But
it's been sort of solved.
It's been solved by injuries, but
whatever.
But was there a finger snap moment on the GM? Now's the time.
That would make sense to me because he has since then and before that talked about how much he loves that player, and that player got ghosted, and I would be sure that nobody liked that, and so it was all right, this can't happen anymore.
Harry in Canada, what's up, Harry?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hey, look, I have hope for this upcoming season, and I'm going to do just a quick comparison to an NBA team, the Toronto Raptors, similar to where I think we are going and where we could possibly be going. Toronto Raptors kept making the playoffs for 5-6 years. They had Coach of the Year in Dwayne Casey, fired them after the most wins they had in the season. They bring in they promote a young up and coming coach. They bring in a superstar, and that same year they win the NBA championship. We fire McDermott. after a good tenure. We need to find a up-and-coming coach, and we need to bring in one, maybe two superstars like the Raptors did with Kawhi Leonard. We bring in a good wide receiver, a defensive end, a pass rusher, and we got the Super Bowl this year. That's it.
Who's this receiver you're just going to bring in? Kawhi was a free agent, right? Or no, they traded for him.
They traded for him, but he had one year.
They traded for him on an expiring deal. So who is it?
I don't know. Waddle? Is it Waddle? Is it Justin Jefferson? Whoever it is.
Thanks, Harry. I mean, those are two different caliber receivers, and
they're also not like 1 year guys. Either one of them you would expect to have multiple years. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the idea. Like, I usually think about that idea more for hockey, but if you told me there's an elite player out there right now that's got 1 year left on his contract and you weren't going to pay him, then I'd be like, all right, sure, take a shot at it.
But granted,
I don't know who that is.
Trading for Kawhi is like being the Vikings and trading for Josh Allen. Like, Kawhi is the most important player on the court.
Okay, well, yeah, caliber of player.
And the caliber of player. And the most in basketball, one player affects the team greatly.
Right.
Whereas here, I mean, a number one wide receiver, I'll tell you, affects them greatly too. But I don't know how easy it is to do. And the Raptors also did that knowing, let's take a shot at this for 1 year.
And he's probably going to leave after.
And he did.
Even after they won the title.
Yeah.
So
which we would take. Like, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a rental receiver for a year that you just, or defensive end, So I don't disagree with the general point, Harry, about like add blue chippers. We did go to last offseason with the goal of add blue chippers.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing you would want to do for that, if you're trying to really force this comparison, is let me find, I'll just use a receiver here. Find the best wide receiver you can find that's a free agent in 2027. That's got 1 year left on his deal. But you find that guy, you're probably going to want to extend him if he's actually that good, and you're probably going to want to pay him. So, unless you want to go sign Mike Evans, he's a free agent this summer, but no one ever believes he'll actually leave Tampa. Like, that would be that, wouldn't it? It'd be, hey, 1 year, a lot of money. This is a 1 year relationship because of your age, and like, let's go win it. But none of these are on the scale of what Kawhi was.
Extendo Sports coming up. Thanks to the bullpen. Happy anniversary or birthday, whichever you want. On to year 2. We're going to grow. We'll go back, watch the film. Bullpen, see if you can bring hotter takes, better comments in our YouTube chat. You can, of course, give us a ring as well. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show follows at 10 o'clock to keep taking your calls on the coach search. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Quick comment in the chat. I want to just bring something to light here. So I say a lot. I wish they would stop saying that Allen's contract means they have to make sacrifices. And I suppose I'll explain that a little bit more because I don't fully understand the salary cap the way that I'm sure Brandon Beane does, right? Like I wouldn't suggest that I do. But let's talk cap hit this year. Cap hits this year. Josh Allen's cap hit this year was $36 million.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew Stafford's is $47.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams are significantly under the cap going forward. $75 million under next year. The Bills are $3 million over.
Mm-hmm.
Stop saying Josh Allen is why you have to make sacrifices. You don't. You have to make sacrifices because of most of your other contracts. Matthew Stafford's cap hit is 47. Lamar's is 43. Geno Smith's is 40 this season. Allen's contract being big, but also Allen being amazing and able to stretch it out over another decade means you have more flexibility. Justin Herbert's cap hit this year is 37. Josh Allen's is 36. Like, it's just not a thing. If you're out there thinking, well, we can't have good players because we have Josh, that's not real. That's not correct. Allen's cap hit next year is 56. Will they restructure?
Yes, definitely.
Sure, maybe. Tua's is 56.
Mm-hmm.
Dax is 74. Mahomes is 78, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll restructure it and get more money, and he'll come in under 14 different guys.
Because those other teams are going to do the same thing with their guys, and they're at a higher starting point.
But the major difference is, and this is like in the weeds of the cap, they can continue to restructure because they know he's amazing.
Right.
And he'll keep playing for them, and they actually won't have to pay a dead cap until he retires. as opposed to Tua, whose cap hit this year is 56, and they want to cut him.
Yeah, you're not going to restructure that.
No. You want to decide, Deshaun Watson's cap hit next season?
Oh, what is it at?
80.
Yeah, wow.
And again,
I think they're just on the hook for that.
It's just Allen is an endless advantage, and that's on the cap too, even though you pay him big money. So that's it. Don't buy. You have to make sacrifices for him. You're making sacrifices because you've paid big money to guys that don't contribute as much.
Right.
Sal's coming up. He'll take your calls for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
Seth Walder from ESPN Analytics, just released his 100 most valuable players of the 2025 NFL season. Want to guess how many Bills made the list?
3.
It's 3. Josh Allen is number 4.
James Cook.
James Cook is number 82.
How obvious is this?
It's very gettable. He's way... it's gettable. It's gettable.
It's like Dawkins or Benford?
It's Dawkins.
Okay.
Dawkins is 30th. Above Derek Stingley, Trent Williams, Jared Goff, Kobe Turner. Walder writes, Dawkins, number 1 tackle and pass block win rate, number 11 in run block win rate. Bills lacking receiver. Allen needed another possession group to step up. The line was all they had. One front office talent evaluator told me Dawkins was the best tackle in the league this season.
Huh. All right. They asked him to do it by himself a lot.
He was one spot. Like the guys he's around. I mean, Quinnen Williams, Penei Sewell, and Pat Surtain are the other guys right around Dawkins. But 3 in 100 is not great.
We got time for this. Joe Kelly, I'm sending you something. Brandon Cooks just spoke about Keon Coleman on Good Morning Football. So, Joe, can you grab that? And we'll play that in 1 minute, see what he had to say here. It's a 1-minute clip on Keon Coleman. Brandon Cooks, you coming back? I'll have him back.
On Coleman?
No, I mean, I'm saying about Brandon Cooks.
Oh,
I would have Brandon Cooks back as like a depth receiver. He can be my Emmanuel Sanders when I have 4 good receivers and he's like 4th. That's what I would shoot for. Honestly, the veteran to be there for the 2 guys they pick in the draft. Here's Brandon Cooks on Good Morning Football speaking on Keon Coleman.
There was some pretty blatant disrespect, and his name was called out many times. Are you in touch with Keon?
I'm definitely in touch with Keon. When I got to Buffalo, I knew that I was going to be a guy that I gravitated towards to be able to help out. I think Keon can play this game at a high level. I really do. He's going to continue to grow. I think he's also misunderstood. You know what I mean? He's a young kid, right? He's still trying to figure it out. And, for me, I take that and be like, okay, how can I help this kid grow and be the guy that they want him to be? Because obviously there's talent there. The guy can make plays. I think he's continue to grow, and I think he has been. From when I got there to see how he was day one to the end of this season, he's in there at 6-something in the morning working out. He's becoming a pro. He's learning those things. And I think all it takes is some time to be able to, hey, come here, let me take you under my wing and kind of show you the way.
Ready for the real plot twist? This is the draft. This is like results. Please, I hope everyone realizes there's things I say sometimes that pop into my head. There's not like actual takes or it's just like sometimes I think of funny, goofy stuff. Plot twist. Coleman does turn it around. He ends up being awesome. And now we're like, Bean didn't even like him. Like it's just, whatever you want. It's ridiculous. Bean didn't even fire Bean. He didn't want Coleman. The coaching staff did. What coaching staff? Was that your wide receivers coach, your coordinator? Anyway, whatever. I said to you many times during this Coleman saga, like, I think they're going to need him, and they ultimately did because of injury. Now, McDermott probably would have said, get him out of...
It's just wasting time.
Well,
he's not a good player, and he doesn't have the tools to me to be a good player, even if he was doing all the things that a professional football player is supposed to be doing.
And they already have, this past season, had another receiver who they kept on the roster because they couldn't really get rid of him. That's Curtis Samuel. It's part of their problem. With a draft pick, if it doesn't work out, see ya.
Right.
With a 3-year, $27 million contract, it's not working out. All right, what's the dead cap? What are we doing here?
That's why Palmer's probably going to be here next year.
Palmer's going to be here next year.
I think Palmer has to be here next year, Shakir has to be here next year, and I am rooting for the other 4 wide receivers to all be brand new people. Even Cooks. Like, I don't know, I'd have a tough time with all the drops he had and being at the age he's at. Like, he clearly showed he's got some wheels. He's still got some wheels left. He can still get open. But
he has said,
I don't know. I'd want better.
He says he wants,
even for a depth guy.
He wants to come back. Cooks.
All right.
Who wouldn't want to be there, play with Josh Allen and write this story?
Listen, they have not had speed at wide receiver, so I'd be tempted. But
he can come back as wide receiver 3/4. Don't sell us. He's our 1. 3/4. He can come back. And in fact, the young guy you bring in, whatever. Who knows who the coach is? I forget the coach.
All right. I'd rather have a 5th-round rookie be my number 4 wide receiver.
Oh, I'll take Cooks over the 5th-round rookie. I mean, I'll take both.
Is the rookie going to drop as many passes as Cooks did?
Is the 5th-round rookie the 2nd receiver I've taken?
3rd. Yeah, 2nd, probably realistically.
Okay, if he's the 1st receiver I've taken.
No, not the 1st.
Okay. He's the 2nd receiver I've taken.
Do what the Texans did. Draft multiple next year and sign a Christian Kirk level guy. 4 new receivers. They need 4 new receivers.
Right.
Shakir and Palmer are the only ones that have to stay, and one of those is because of a contract.
Okay. Coach Watch continues. Thanks for joining us. Sal is on the way. He's got the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show from 10 to 12. We're back tomorrow. It'll be a football Friday. Talking about the stupid Patriots. I think I'm going to have to get my happiness on with two players that I love, JSN and Matthew Stafford. Like, one of those two is going to a Super Bowl. So who do I root for out of those two? I'll figure it out. AFC, though, too soon. It's a mess. Jarrett Stidham. Here we go. We'll talk to you tomorrow here on WGR.